My name is Kim. I teach upholstery workshops here at my local makerspace, MakerWorks in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I teach in-person workshops, but I also teach virtual workshops. So if learning upholstery is something that you've been looking to do and you need a little bit more hands-on experience outside of the virtual, online videos that you watch, I do offer in-person virtual workshops where up to 6 students can join me for a class. So today I am working on these chairs. So this past couple weeks we worked on reupholstering this chair to my left and getting it ready for the fabric on the back. So far we have the seat and the front of the back upholstered, and then we have added the welt around the back, the pli-grip around the back, and the batting around the back. So this chair is ready for fabric, but this fabric was kind of a misprint, so we're waiting for the actual fabric to show up, which it shipped this week, so I'm hoping it'll be here before Friday. If that's the case, I will be going online to show you how to attach that to the back too. Today, however, we're working on this chair so that we can get it to the same place that this chair is at. So I've already sewed together the box cushion for the front, but I haven't made any cuts or started reupholstering it yet. So we're going to work on that. And then I'm going to show you how I make a pattern for the back of this chair, because it's sewn right here at the arms. And that's a kind of a complicated pattern to make. So it was actually my first time sewing in that area when it was not like a club chair, something that's short. Typically I would, when it's that small, I just kind of overlap the fabrics and hand stitch them, but I wanted to get really good at that, and I'm really proud of how it ended up turning out. So I did it first before you guys could see so that I didn't mess up too bad on camera, but I am a human being and this is a relatively new skill, so you might see me mess up on camera, and that's okay with me. I don't really care. Before we get this fabric on, I want to put a layer of cotton batting on the seat. It already has poly batting on it, and the poly batting provides a layer of air between the fabric and the foam, so it helps make it look a little poofier, but I really like them to be very plush on the seat. So I'm going to apply a layer of cotton batting just to the seat top here. So in order to do that, I have to measure the seat. I'm just putting it on top. I will tear off a piece of this cotton batting, and then we're going to put it over on this chair. So first I'll measure it, then we'll cut it off, and then I'll take you guys over to the chair. If you have questions, feel free to put them in the comment section here. I can't see the screen the whole entire time, but I do stop between tasks to answer your questions. I may not get to them all, but they'll all be recorded, and I put this live version on YouTube so you can go back later on and check it out. So if you have questions, put them in the comments. If you're here and you're learning something and you're enjoying being here, all I ask is that you tap on the screen. It's lovely when you give gifts, but I get fractions of pennies for those gifts, and I think in 2 years I've maybe raised $10. So it's more valuable to me for you guys to just tap on the screen as violently as possible and get those hearts going whenever I remind you, so that my content gets pushed out to the For You page. People find me, they find out that I teach upholstery, and they can take classes either in person here at my makerspace, or they can take classes virtually online. So I'm going to measure this seat. I'm going for the longest length from the front to the back and the widest width at the front. The back is curved, so it's narrower in the back, so I'm just going to measure the front. You don't really have to pay attention to the shape of the seat at this point because we're tearing this off, so really we're just looking for a rectangle. So I'm going to measure the length and the width and then apply it to this cotton. Got 20 by 27 roughly, and this is I think 28 inches wide, so we'll keep that. And we need to just do 20 inches long. So this I'm sort of just going to set on top. Cotton batting is not really easy to cut with scissors, and it's not really easy to draw on with a marker or chalk or anything either, but it is terribly easy to just tear off. So if you have a nice T-square like this, you can get a more accurate measurement, and then you can tear this off. I'm going to scooch this over so you can see. So I've measured roughly 22 inches this way. Now I'm just going to tear it right up this ruler by just putting my hand down. Now this stuff will tear easier in some directions than others, so keep that in mind. Well, you'll notice it tears a pretty straight line there. This tissue is on here to separate the layers so they don't felt together and you can separate them. And now this just goes on the top of my seat. This is the fabric. We'll set it off to the side. And this is going to go up here. I'm going to bring you guys closer so you can see what I'm doing over here. So I'm going to put you up a little higher. Okay. So this is actually like a cotton poly blend. So it's not 100% cotton. I think it's like a 90-10. So it has some of this like poly material in it, but it feels just like real cotton. So what I want to do is kind of spread it out across the seat. Make sure that it can kind of overlap on all sides. In this area in the seat, it's going to tuck into the seat. But I don't need all of this to tuck back. In fact, it'll clog up the pull-through spots if I do tuck it all back. So I'm just going to kind of tear it away right at that crease in the chair so that I can just tuck this right into the crack there without clogging up the clearance where the fabric has to come through. So the whole way around we're going to just be using this tearing motion, but when we're up at the front here or on the edge of the foam, we want this to sort of blend in with the batting that's already on there. So we put our hand on the edge of the foam here to stop it from tearing past that point, and we're just moving along the edge like this to tear off the excess, and then this wipes down and it creates like it felts it all together. And this way you can't really see the transition from this cushiony cottony top to the batting that goes underneath. So I'm just going to continue to do that around the rest of the chair. You don't want any like hard knots and you don't want any hard lines. If you cut this with scissors, it's going to leave a hard line, and you're going to see that under the fabric. So keep that in mind. So just finish tucking that back. Feather this end. And now everything looks smooth all the way around. So now this seat is ready for the fabric that goes on top, which I've already sewn that box cushion. Take a second to answer questions if you got them. I'm just looking through the comment section real quick. I also lost my glasses, so I might not be able to see too good. I don't see any questions, but I do see a lot of people joining. So welcome. My name is Kim. I'm teaching you upholstery today. This is a project that I'm working on for a dining room table set that I'm making. So I'm making the chairs and I'm making the table. This is the chair that we're working on today. This is the one that we've been working on the past couple weeks. It's ready for the fabric on the back here. This is the print that's going on the back, but this fabric was a little bit misprinted, so we're waiting for the final fabric from Spoonflower to be able to put that on there. Does the cotton retain its loft better than the poly? I don't think so. See, with the poly, it loses density over time because it has like a lot of holes in it. But with the cotton batting, it actually becomes denser over time. So it like felts down and becomes harder. So two different types. And I like to use poly because I like how it puts a layer of air between the fabric and the foam. But I do like a nice juicy layer of cotton batting on top of that too. Okay, let's see. Back this way. So this is very fragile material. We got, hi Kim, where do you buy your batting? Do you buy in bulk? Hi Jessica, you can buy batting right off of my website, and it does come in bulk, yes. They sell this cotton batting by the pound. The cotton batting that's on my website is the same stuff that I buy from my vendor. So my vendor is a third-party shipper. If you order from my website, you get it from my vendor and they'll send it to you. So you can order cotton batting by the pound, and they have a lot of different types of hybrids, like percentage of poly to cotton hybrids. So you can get all natural cotton, or you can get some hybrids that are a little bit cheaper. This is on the cheaper side. So this is a very fragile material. You want to be very careful, and you want to be sure that you're at that stage of putting fabric on before you put it on. When I sewed this together, I dry fit it to the seat before I put the cotton batting on, because I didn't want to mess up the cotton batting by figuring out if it fit. So the cotton batting is on now, and I'm ready to put this on. So I'm going to turn this inside out so that I can rest the top of my pattern directly on top of the chair in the exact location and position it needs to go without pulling on the cotton. So I'm just lining those corners up with those corners here. And before I pull the front down, I'm gonna sort of just tuck this back and smooth it out so I know what I'm working with. There's a door I gotta shut. I'll be right back. Okay. All right, so everything is straightened out, flattened out. These corners are lined up exactly where they're supposed to be. Now I can put this down. I also want to be sure that this seam falls down the front here. I don't want it to stay on top. I don't want it to fold under like this, because you'll be able to see it as a lump under the fabric. So now that everything's in place, I can pull it down. And make sure everything fits the way I want it to. It is looking good to me. It's not tight fit yet, but we can get there. So before we start spreading this out everywhere, regulator, my corners are still dented in, and I could reach my hand up there and fish them out, but I don't want to mess up that cotton batting. So I'm just going to take my regulator and I'm going to pull them out. And then if I need to reach my hand in there to stuff that corner, I will, but I'm going to keep my hands out of there if I can avoid it. Same way with this one. Just pull those corners out so they're nice and pointy the way they're supposed to be. Now at this stage, it's really important for you to understand that you should not be throwing staples in this. At this stage, you're going to be very tempted to just start in one spot and go in a circle until you get the whole piece on. But I promise you, you will remove less staples if you spread the fabric out and evenly distribute it first. I do that with a key, like a handful of key removable staples, temporary staples, and I'll show you how to make those. That just holds the fabric in place, especially when I need to make my cuts, before I can get around and start filling in the gaps of all the staples. So I want you to keep that in mind. Do not get trigger happy with the stapler, because the worst part of upholstery is removing staples, and if you can avoid removing staples, then you absolutely should. So this is how we do that. The first thing I'm going to do is tack this down in all the centers. So I want to tack it down in the center in the front, then I need to tack it down in the center in the back, and then the center on the sides to hold it all in place. I can't really tuck these in and tack them down in the center yet, because I don't have these cuts made so that it can go through. So first, I'm going to put a temporary staple in the middle that I almost definitely will have to remove. So I'm just putting it there for now. Instead of pushing your stapler in flat like this to staple it, tip it to the side a little bit, and it'll leave a little gap underneath the staple so that you can get the staple out without damaging your fabric. Again, we want to make sure that seam is pulled down the front all the way around on all the sides. And then we're going to put just one temporary staple in the middle underneath the frame here. And now we're going to work on pushing all of this back and getting the cuts made. So I'm going to hover you guys over here so you can see where I make these cuts. And I think I can get you taller. Okay. This is why sawhorses are really cool, because you can really put yourself right in front of the furniture. I had a 4-foot by 8-foot table for years that I walked around, and I have like permanent dents in my legs because of it. Okay, so I want this area to be nice and taut. So I need all of this excess fabric to just go back. And I start that by sort of pushing it. Just pushing it and pre-tucking it into these areas. I'm not going to tuck anything back into the chair yet. You can damage your fabric, and there's not enough relief cuts in it to do anything. So right now I'm just pushing it back and getting rid of as much of that loose fabric as I can. And then I'm going to make the cuts. I want my first cuts to be here in the back because I need this middle piece to go back so that I can tack this down in the middle. And then I'll do my cuts on the sides so that I can tack these down in the middle. So first, center front, center back, and then the center on the sides. So before you cut, you want to make sure there's no slack and that all of your edges are pre-tucked in so that this is smooth exactly the way you want it to look when it's upholstered. This is going to make sure that you don't cut too far. The too far point is now tucked into your foam, so it's preventing you from cutting it too far. So make sure you're making that tuck before you make any cuts. Okay. Let me show you around the back first before we do anything else. Take it down, flip this around, and I want to show you what we're aiming for. So, most chairs that are fully upholstered on the front and the back have these areas in their frame, and this is what I fondly refer to as pull-through spots. These are fabric clearances. So when you make your cuts in your fabric, this is where the fabric pieces come out. This is where everything tucks in and comes out, and then this back panel of material hides all of that work. So what we need to do is make cuts that allow each flap of this fabric, so the back one here will be wide enough to go through that clearance area perfectly, and it'll be wide enough to go through this clearance area perfectly, and wide enough to go through this clearance area perfectly. So that is going to make sure that you get even distribution of your fabric across the surface, and then it doesn't show up all wrinkly when you go to tighten it up. So I'm going to show you how I accomplish that real quick. Just get the tripod in a good spot for you guys. So the first cuts I want to make are for these back legs. The only thing preventing us from tucking this fabric all the way through the back on its own are two legs, one here and one there, that are now a barrier that this fabric cannot pass. So we need to make cuts that allow this fabric to go around that barrier, and then it should touch itself on the other side if it needs to. In this case, it doesn't need to because we have a back panel of fabric that's covering it. I wish I lived closer to you so I could join your class. You can join my online classes. I do live upholstery workshops on Monday nights for up to 6 people to join me via Zoom. It's a 3-hour workshop. You bring your own project to the table, and then I will show you step by step how to work on it. So you do not have to live close. Okay, so you shouldn't be using a Sharpie, but I'm going to use a Sharpie because it's easier for you to see it. Also, you should never use it on the face of your fabric. So my fabric has pulled away from this crease. Before I make any cuts, I want to make sure it's pushed into place and make sure that it's pre-tucked down here. So my leg goes, it's this thick down here. This is what I need to cut around. It's about almost 2 inches wide. I'd say 2 inches wide here. And there's a clearance this way and a clearance on this side. So I need to make a cut so this can go through here and this can go through this side. For this leg, I want to make this fold right up against the angle of the leg as close as I can get. And right now, it's pre-tucked a little bit. That's as close as I can get. I sort of just push that down until I can touch the frame there. And what I want to do is cut straight through to the middle of that leg, which if I put my hand in here, I can feel is right here. Here's one side and here's one side. So my first line goes straight to the middle, and then my next 2 lines will go out towards the edge of each of that leg. That'll allow this little chunk of fabric that stays to stay in front of that leg. If the leg was exposed, it would look really nice and folded in front of it, but it's not, so you can't see it. And it allows this fabric to go through each of the clearance areas. So I'm going to show you what that line looks like. I don't know how well you can see it from your angle, but I'm working on it. Okay. And I do anticipate we might have to make like larger cuts because this isn't exactly pulled into perfect place. It's like pretty close. But making smaller cuts ahead of time is better than cutting something that you can't uncut. So keep that in mind. So I'm feeling down here for my leg corners. I have one here, one here. So I'm gonna make a line that goes right up the center. It's sort of doggy-eared here. This is going to give me a wide piece of fabric for this side and a wide piece of fabric for this side. Then, as an arbitrary measurement, I put 2 fingers. It doesn't have to be 2 fingers, but I always have 2 fingers on me, so that helps. I never lose my point of measurement. So I want to draw a line from this dot to the corner of the legs, but I'm going to stop that dot, I'm going to stop the line at the foam. I don't want to go beyond that because I don't want to make my fabric cut too long. So I'm going to the corner of this leg and the corner of this leg. Now, it should be just inside the leg, not outside the leg. If you cut far outside the leg, you're going to put a gap in the fabric between the leg and the seat. In this case, it would be covered because this whole thing is covered, but sometimes you'll see that cut on the top of your seat, and you don't want to see that. So now I'm going to take my scissors, and I'm going to cut straight down that middle line, and then I'm going to cut off to each side. This is called a Y cut. Guess why? And so I cut off to the one corner of the leg and then off to the other corner. And now this little triangular piece of fabric, the V from inside the Y, or the counter from the Y, gets tucked in front of that leg. And then this is sort of free to go through this way, only it's not yet because we haven't made all of our cuts yet. So now let's do that to the other side. You can use a Sharpie to mark this every time, or a piece of chalk, or anything you want to mark it, but you can eyeball it, and you will get good at eyeballing it after a while. So my leg is right here. The fabric is tucked. Find that again. Okay. This is the center. I'm going to draw a line from the center out to this corner, put 2 fingers down to make a dot, and then I'm going to draw a line from that dot to each corner of that leg, which is about 2 inches apart. And now I'm going to make that cut. So stop that middle cut right at that dot. Cut that down, stop at the foam. Do not cut deep into that foam. The foam is protecting your cut. And cut that down like this. So this little V tucks in front of the leg. And now this piece of fabric is ready to get tucked back. And when you go to tuck this fabric in, oh, sorry, I'm moving you around. When you go to tuck this in, don't tuck it from here. Take this end and thread it through the back like a needle. You can use a paint scraper or plastic ruler. Sometimes it's a pretty tight squeeze. I'm usually okay with doing it with my hands. As long as your clearances are clear, you don't have too much batting and foam inside there, you should be able to do this. So now this is starting to come out the back. I'm going to show you guys what that looks like. Okay, so this is that same fabric now coming out the back, and you can see it's pulling some batting with it, and this is why we don't tuck things through on a dry fit, because it is really destructive to the outer padding if you do it too much. So I just need to get this to come out through the whole spot. this area. The batting is getting clogged up. And you'll notice that this is just about the same exact width as these legs, because that's how we made our cuts. So now let's look at what that looks like from the front. So this still isn't going to rest perfect yet because I have cuts to do in the arms. But you're starting to see how this can tighten up this seat just by being able to pull it through the center. So now I need to make my cuts on these sides of the arms here. So my next barrier is actually the piece of wood that makes up this arm right here. You can see it on the back. This is the arm, so this is the clearance here, and this is the arm we're cutting around. So now we need to make a cut in this top piece of fabric to go around this arm. Everything is buckling here and it's not clean enough for me to feel good about making a cut. So I'm actually going to pull up this corner so that I can sort of like fold this back and see exactly where that's going to fold up into that side. That's going to give me more accurate placement of my cut. If I tried to make that cut while this was stretched all haphazardly around here and being restricted, then I might find after I pull everything in place that that cut was actually not in the right place. So this gets a Y cut too, goes straight for the middle and Y off to the sides, but there's not really a lot of material here to do that, so I'm just going to eyeball it. Everybody breathe. I don't want to cross this stitch path because I don't want it to unravel, but I do need to get this V to go right around this leg. So forget the middle cut, we're losing that this time. This cut is going to start in the middle where this leg is and go off to this corner of the arm. I don't want to go off to the side because there'll be a gap here where you can see all this material. I want to come just to the inside so that material covers this area. So I'm doing a V just to the inside of that leg here, and then to the outside of that piece of wood here, and then I will tuck that little V inside, and this can now come around the arm, and it looks like I have a little bit more I can cut. And when I cut, I don't want to keep going out like the V. I want to keep going down straight towards that barrier. So now this will go this way. This tucks in under here and cleans up in front of the arm, and now that corner looks nice and tight. I really like it. Hooray. So now this fabric is ready to tuck down the side, and we're going to feed it in the same way. We're going to take it out a little bit and we're going to feed it in through here. If you're confident enough, you can take your scissors or even a pair of pliers to fish it through because it's a tight squeeze. And then all of this comes out the other end. This is the manual labor aspect of it. You guys may have been unfamiliar with. Okay. So when I start to see the fabric buckle up against the arm, that tells me that there's more cutting that can be done. I don't want to cut it just yet. I want to get the other side situated first, because I can always cut more, but I can never cut less. And I just want to make sure that that's in the right spot before I make any cuts. And until I get the other side stretched over, I'm not really going to know. So this is the side we're working on now. Flip this corner back up You can already tell like this cotton really comes apart pretty easily. And then I'm just folding that up against the face of that leg, pre-tucking it as much as I can. And then this gets that Y cut too, but I don't need to do the Y, there's not enough material. So I'm just gonna draw it in like that. I'm drawing it in this time because I have to come all the way over here to cut it because you guys are in the way and I can't see that good. Now I'm only cutting to the foam because the part that I need to stay uncut is already tucked into the foam. So this little triangle tucks in front of that leg. This corner comes back and this material flips under. That looks good on that side. Hooray. So now this can get tucked here. Once I have everything coming out the sides the way it's supposed to, I want to tug it as taut as I can. This one feels like it could cut a little bit, or maybe ripped a little bit. Okay, so this still feels like it could get a little snip. So I'm going to flip it back up. I don't want to try and snip it without flipping it because I cannot see what I need to snip. It's buckling right here around this arm. Oh, that might have just been because that was in the wrong place. Okay. It was just that. So it didn't actually need to be cut. But when it buckles, you just cut down to that fold where it buckles in front of it. This looks good. Perfect. Okay. So now I need to lock down staples in the middle and the back. The middle and the front I need to adjust, and the middle on each side to stretch this out before I start railing staples into it. I'm going to check out questions. Okay, all right, going up, see what you guys have. I got that one. I wish you lived closer to me. I could join your class. Again, you don't have to live close to me. I am in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and I teach my classes 4 days a week on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So if you did want to learn from me, you can make it a 4-day weekend. All my classes are buy 3, get 1 free, so $225, and you can come take 4 classes in a row. And I know some really cool places to stay out here. So if you want to make a weekend of it, bring a friend free. Come out here and take some classes. But if you can't take in-person classes, I do teach virtual upholstery workshops. Right now my schedule is Monday night, and it's from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's open for up to 6 people to join. You bring your own project at any stage, and I'll walk you through step by step from beginning to end. You also get to learn about the tasks that have to happen on everybody else's project. So some people bring springs, some people bring box cushions or deep button tufting, so you get to learn a lot of skills all at once, even if it has nothing to do with your chair. So it's a lot of fun. So virtual workshops, in-person workshops. I'm also doing some weekend upholstery camps this spring and summer. My plan is to visit maker spaces. I teach my classes out of a makerspace here. This is MakerWorks. It's a community makerspace open to the community here in Washtenaw County, Ann Arbor, Michigan. And it's got a wood shop, it's got a metal shop, it's got textiles, it's got 3D printers, laser cutters, jewelry studio. If it can be made, it can be made here. So I teach my classes out of here, and I know that there is a need for these classes everywhere, so I'm looking for maker spaces all over the US to teach these classes in this spring and summer. So I'm already speaking with the DIY Cave in Bend, Oregon, so we might be planning up to 2 weeks to come out there, but we haven't set anything in stone yet. If you want me to come out to you, find a local maker space. Give them a call, send them to the link in my bio that says Weekend Upholstery Camps, and let them know that I'm looking for places to teach these, and send them my way. If you're the one who makes the connection for me, you'll get to attend that camp for free. So call your local makerspace. If you want me to come out to see you, I'm looking to do this on tour this spring and summer, and we're starting to set those up. So I would be very excited to come teach these near you too. What else do we got? Y-cuts are going to help with mini sewing projects. Thank you. Yeah, Y-cuts are really cool because not only do they help you get around that barrier, but the fabric comes and it can meet itself on the other side. So if on the occasion that the outside of your piece is visible and you need that fabric to cover around that leg on the other side, the Y-cut is the way to go. So satisfying to see that cushion fabric flat. Isn't it nice? I missed how you did the seam. This is awesome. Thanks. I will be doing some more sewing, Michelle. So stick around. If you stick around, you'll get to see how I sew the pattern for this back, which we've already done here on this chair, which has seams in the sides here, and not to mention it's a concave chair, so it's very difficult to upholster. It's awesome, Kim. I'm wanting to come and bring my wingback chair. Kathleen, I would be so happy if you brought your wingback chair here. Wingbacks are the perfect first project. You can do anything on a wingback that you can do on just about any piece of furniture, and just about everything you learn on a wingback can be applied to every other piece of furniture. So it's a really great first project. Even though it will take you a lot of time, it's very rewarding. Very cool. Indiana, I'm not opposed to coming to Indiana if you can find a makerspace near you and have them reach out to me. I will come anywhere you tell me. I really like to travel. And your instruction makes good logical sense. I'm glad. I'm really glad that you're getting a lot out of this. If you guys are here and you're enjoying it and you're learning something, all I ask is that you tap on the screen while I do this. I might remind you from time to time. I try not to talk about it too much. But when you guys are tapping on the screen and liking it, it's putting my content out there so that people can find me, so people can take my classes. And that's how I run my business. It's way more valuable than when you send gifts, and it helps me to reach more people who want to learn this trade. This is fascinating. Thank you for showing us. I'm so happy you're enjoying it. We're about ready to get to work and finish stapling this C, and then we're going to make a pattern for the back. So we have everything tucked in. There is one staple in this right now. That's important to remember. I haven't put staples all over this chair. I've just got one staple here in the middle because it was anchoring this down while I made my cuts, so that it didn't go anywhere. I'm now going to take this staple out because you can see right even here how it is buckling up. But before I do that, I want to pull the back as far back as I can. And you guys can start to see the seat take shape as I pull these into place. So this is the back pull. What I'm looking for is to make sure that this seam is right on the front line, and that this back part creates a nice round clean line. If you pull too tight in some areas, it'll look lumpy. And you might think, wow, that's the back of the seat, I don't care. But you can get it not lumpy. You just have to take a little bit of time to do it. So I just pulled this back a little bit. My seam is here. I'm comfortable with this. I'm comfortable with this stretch. Now I want to stretch this down more, which I think I can pull that down more. So I have my temporary staple in there, which means there's a gap that I can easily fit my staple remover in to remove that staple without causing any damage. One thing I want to be mindful of as I start to pull all of this down is that I want my seam to be in the same spot all the way across. So I have a ruler nearby so that I can measure from the seam to the frame to make sure I'm putting it in the right spot. Now I'm going to put this middle one down here, but when I put the side ones, that's when that is going to stretch out to the side and you won't see as many of those wrinkles up there. I do gotta get some water. Give me just a second. So before I lock anything down, I'm kind of pulling this into place everywhere to make sure that that's going to land where I want. And when I do this, when I stretch this out, let me see if I can do it from the other side. you can see that it like fits the front the way it's supposed to. So I stretch it out first to make sure it's going to fit, and then I go for the center. I use a wiping motion to get all of the slack or any loose fabric from the seat to move down the front. I've already pulled it pretty tight in the back. And then I'm going to put a staple right in the center. Now this is my guiding staple, and it's still temporary. It's still a temporary staple because my next staples have to be down here in these corners. Actually, sorry, that's not true. My next staple is going to be the center in the back. I'm going to lock that center down first. I do want to show you guys where that gets attached in the back because that's important. Okay, in the back here, you'll see this fabric is the only material that's coming through here. I don't want to build up the back of this panel with a bunch of layers of foam and batting and fabric because I have a flat piece of fabric that's going on the back here that's going to finish off this piece. And if this is all wadded up here, you're going to see that in the back. So you got to clean this up. So I have this stretched out, and I'm just going to pull from the center, and I'm sort of just pulling it nice and taut. You don't want to put it too tight because if someone sits in it and it's too tight, if it's as tight as it can go, it's going to tear away from those staples. But you do want it to be nice and taut, and I sort of pull it just before like that give stretch. So it sort of feels tight like a drum on top, but there's still room for movement. But when you sit on it, the fabric doesn't wrinkle up. So I'm putting this first, I'm going to put 2 temporary staples right here in the middle to lock the seat down there. And then I'm going to do the centers and the sides. So first, we'll do this side. I'm going to staple it on that side so you guys can sort of see that straighten out. And then I'll let you watch me staple it coming through the pull-through spot on the other side. Okay. So here, I'm grabbing from the middle, and I'm stretching this down. I do want to make sure that all of this smooths out as I stretch it down too. And then I'm going to put 2 staples. On this one, I'm putting it on the top of the frame. I don't want to put too many materials coming through the outside. The back panel of fabric is too hard for me to staple to the top because there's a tight squeeze there. But on the side, I can pull it down, or pull it down to the side and do it because the frame is a little bit inside. Wait till the air compressor goes off. Okay, I will say this is very short and pretty dicey. Luckily for me, I know that it's long enough to go down here. We would be cutting off the excess anyways, but you do want your pull through to be long enough to be able to grab onto so that you can hold it down without overstretching it. If you overstretch it, it puts puckers in the foam and then it looks terrible. So this is where I attach it to on this side. I'm pulling it down from the center, and then I'm going to put just 2 staples on the top of the frame in the center over here. So now I have got it locked down in the center on both sides and in the middle in the back. And now I can come reassess the front. Now I have to lock down these corners. So what I'm looking for is I need the seam to be the same height from here down to here, but I also need to stretch this material out in in this direction. So, I did not want my seam to misalign with the corner. Let me show you. This seam should line up here. It should not wrap around this side of your chair. So if the seam lines up here and this is still loose, that means we need to move this staple so that we can get that back straight, because this is going to get, when we start to staple this down, it's going to get wrinkles in the front, and we don't want that. So I am going to lock down this corner first. And anything around these legs that's fabric gets locked right into this channel. Not every chair has this, but this chair has it, and that means this fabric gets locked down there. So I'm going to pull my corner down. I'm also going to measure. We'll probably use this corner as the standard, but I want to measure the distance between the seam and where I'm going to put the staple, so that I can make sure that seam stays in the same place the whole time. So pulling the seam down, lining it up at a 90-degree angle. I'm going to hold this. I got 6 inches. That is what I had on the last one too, so that's good. So I'm putting one staple in the corner on either side so that I make sure that I don't make any folds there. And I'm going to do the same thing on the other side before I do that center, because I might end up finding out that I have to readjust the center again after doing this. So to avoid doing as many staples as possible, I'm going to do this far side first. So here we're pulling in this direction, and we're also pulling down, and we want this seam right in the corner. So we need this to be 6 inches. I'm going to put my ruler on the floor. So once we get that at 6 inches, we can knock another staple down there. And another one in the front. And now we can readjust this right here. So we got a temporary staple. Now this can kind of go loose, and we can see where everything needs to go. I'm going to say, so I'm going to do the very far sides here too, because that pulled that wrinkle out of the front. So this is what I was pulling at. I'll start on this side. Next spot's going to be this arm, because when I pull this, it also straightens up the front here. And I do have to make a little snip up here, and I'm going to avoid doing it through the stitch so that I don't have to hand stitch it like I did the other one. Okay, so now I can pull that back and make it nice and straight, but I do need to make sure that this is only 6 inches from the seam to the frame. Perfect. Okay. So this is coming over here, and I'm just locking this staple down. I just want to remind you guys how many staples we have in here at this point, just so that you know that you don't need to drill staples in. We have 1 here. We have 2 on this corner. That's 3. 1 or 2 in that corner. That's 5. 2 on each side. 7, 9, and 2 in the back. 11. So there's only 11 staples in this chair right now, and that's doing a lot of the hard work to keep it down. So now I'm going to lock this one down on this side. This is going to get stapled straight down the side here. This will get stapled straight down here because this panel, outside panel, will be covering that up completely. So I can put, I'm not going to put all those staples in right now because I just want to make sure I get it stretched out first, but I'm going to put a staple here. These will go in here diagonally because that helps to flatten that area out. So this is looking good here. Let's check out the other side. And then this is the side we want to work on to get that straightened out in the front. So this needs a little snip too. So that it can just stretch a little bit further. Don't want to cross that stitch. That's what I needed to do. So now this can straighten out and tighten everything up on this side. Here's my ruler. Keep dropping it on the floor. Looking for 6 inches from the seam to the frame. That looks good. And I'm not just pulling it down to stretch it taut, I'm also pulling it back to stretch it taut, because that's also stretching out the front. People tend to pull down the front corners pretty far, which can make the seat look real sad in the front. So I try and keep those square before I get crazy. Okay. Now we can do this front. So I do still start in the center. And I do still want to measure my seam. And then I'm going to stand back because I want to make sure that it looks straight to my eyeballs. Get your fingers out of there. So I'm looking for this line to look nice and straight across. You can control it, and you definitely should. So the next staple I'm going to do is in the center between this staple and this staple, and that's to just make sure that I can control that line here. So I like to do this swiping motion. I like to make sure that everything stays straight here. If you pull too tight, you're going to get puckers here, and you're going to get puckers here, and then you're going to have to try and meet that resistance, and it might look like a pie on the front. If you pull too far to the side, you're going to get wrinkles. Pull too far to that side, you'll get wrinkles, so it's important that you remember to pull straight down and not too tight. So the next one is going to go in the center between here and here. This still looks good to me, nice and straight. And now I can lock down the centers, or the corners and the backs, and fill in those gaps before I do the front here, because that's my last bit to tighten up, my last opportunity to tighten everything up. So let's take this to the back. So we have this locked down. Now we're going to lock it down here and here. And as we do that, I'm patting down the seat to make sure that that line stays nice and clean and straight. I always pull from these corners first so I can stretch them down and out this way to make sure that they get stretched evenly across the surface. So I got it locked up here. I'm going to do the same thing here, and when I do the other side, I'll show you guys from the top of the seat so you can watch that sort of take shape. Couple down here, and now I can fill in the gaps in the middle because these are ready. And I do want to sort of hold this up. And then I'm going to cut off this excess fabric so that it doesn't stick out on the frame. And that's like within a ½ inch of the staples. You don't want it to be right next to it. I always try to align my staples diagonal if I can because it helps to cover more surface area, so it makes it a little bit stronger. Okay, we got that done. Now we can finish up this guy, and that's just diagonal staples all the way down the side. And then for here, I'm going to cut straight up the leg, and I'm going to stop at the frame. Oh, you guys can't really see good here. Let me get you lower. Okay, so this cut here, I went straight up the leg and stopped my scissors right at the frame. And that's so this fabric can go under the leg and get stapled there. And now all this excess can come off, and around this leg, we can just put that right back in the channel, and we will use a razor blade to cut off the excess here. That's looking good. Okay, let's do the back. All right, so the back is already locked down in the center here. I'm going to do this side here, and again, from the front, I'm wiping it down. I'm going to show you guys that motion on the last bit on the arms. But if you pull down further than the staple that's already there, that fabric will buckle up on top of that, so you'll know you've pulled too far. Everything should be nice and straight and taut with each other. So here, this is too difficult for me to staple this angle because this comes out closer to the edge and I don't have a long nose stapler. So on the back, I'm stapling this down with these diagonal staples straight across. Do the same thing on this side. This little bit of batting is caught up. Okay. And now this all can get cut off too. So this is the part where we can start putting in more staples because everything is locked down and spread out and stretched out right, cut properly. And you do want to cut off these layers as you go. You don't want to leave them hanging around because it makes it a lot harder to clean up when you're doing a bunch at a time. Okay, so I already have a lockdown here. Oh, you guys are going to see this from the top this time. And I have to flip this camera, I think, to get that angle. After I finish this seat, guys, I'll get back and answer any questions you might got. Okay, so now you can watch sort of this little corner take shape. You can see lumps right here. That's from the cotton. So those are the areas that we want to try and smooth out now. So I'm pulling back in that corner, just like we did, that you just watched. Locking it down there. And then the same thing for this area. Locking it down there. Then we can pull and get the staples in between. And then cut off that excess fabric. You don't want any fabric outside the frame. You don't want anything sticking out outside the frame because you will see it when you go to put your outer panel on there. Okay, I got the last side over here, and then we can finish the front. Ooh, I'm out of staples. Okay. Now that's the last part. It's gonna be the front here. I'm a little nervous because I do see a little bit of slack here, but I think I can get rid of it in this channel. I don't want any pleats on the face of this. So I'm taking that staple out so that I can sort of hold that down even more. Get that channel figured out before I do anything else. So now I can make my cuts up these legs so that that fabric material can move back. And I just make a cut straight up the leg and I stop right when it hits the frame. And then this all goes back this way. Ooh, I have to remove one more. So I have one teeny tiny little wrinkle on this side. And I don't want it because the other one doesn't have it, even though it's barely noticeable. I'm going to take it out. Sort of one staple at a time from the edge. Just see if I can get it to disappear. Channels are really difficult to get staples out of, so be careful if you're working with channel fabric. So I can get rid of this by shoving that in there more. Fantastic. Okay, it worked. So now I can sort of fill in the gaps between these staples to flatten this area out. And between this middle staple sort of working my way from the middle out so that I can stretch everything into place. We're going to do the same thing on this side. I'm going to wait to put staples in in case I need to do the same thing. This is a harder angle for me because I can do it like this. This is exactly how I would position myself in front of this chair if you guys weren't here, but I try to keep my body out of the way so you can see what I'm doing. Oh my gosh. Good. Looks great. We did it. So that's how the seat's looking after just a couple minutes, and it's just a rectangle with a box sewn to the front. It's really not complicated. Okay, let me look back at the questions. See if you guys got anything for me. And then we'll get started on the pattern for the back, which I'm really nervous to do in front of you guys because it's really hard. But it's hard for everybody. I'm going back to the questions. I see there's a lot, so I want to make sure I try and get as many as I can. This is fascinating. Thanks for showing us. Thank you so much for joining. If you're learning something here today and you enjoy hanging out with me, I just ask that you tap the screen while you're here, at least when I remind you, so that you can drive my stuff to the For You page and people can find me. I teach upholstery workshops at a local maker space here in Ann Arbor, Michigan. It's called Maker Works. I don't own the place. I'm just a member here. I reserve the classroom that's here to teach classes 4 days a week. And I also have a membership here so I can go and use the wood shop, the metal shop, the textiles area, 3D printers, laser cutters, anytime that I want, which makes it really cool if you make furniture because you don't have to buy a ton of tools in order to be able to make really cool stuff. If you have a local maker space, you can typically pay a pretty low membership and then access their tools whenever you want. That's how it is. I have been having a really good time here doing this. I teach my in-person classes 4 days a week, but I also have live virtual workshops. So you can join me live on Monday evenings from 6 to 9 p.m. on a Zoom call, and I'll walk you through your project personally. So those have up to 6 people in them, and then you get to learn from your project, but also from everybody else's project too. I also plan to do weekend upholstery camps again this spring and summer. We did them last spring and summer here locally, where people traveled to us for a 4-day weekend. They stayed at a local bed and breakfast with us, and then we brought them here to class every day, and we had like 3 8-hour days of upholstery. It was really cool. We had chef prepared meals. It was a lot of fun. But this year I want to take these upholstery workshops closer to you. So I'm looking for maker spaces in your local area who are interested in hosting these classes. If you connect me with a maker space and I end up signing a deal to come out and teach this class, you get to attend that camp for free. So it's good incentive for you to Google local maker space near me and reach out to them and see if they're interested in hosting some upholstery workshops for the weekend. There's a link in my bio called Weekend Upholstery Camps. Send them to that link and then have them get a hold of me, and we'll try and set something up. Kathleen says she's an awesome teacher. Thanks, Kathleen. Kathleen's been with me a long time now, a couple of years now, and it's been a really cool growing experience. It's changed a lot over the years. Right, and she's very camera conscious, so we can see all the angles and close-ups. Thank you for saying that. I really try hard, but if there's ever something you want to see that I'm not showing, put it in the comment section, and I'll try and do it in time. I'm behind a sewing machine right now and in an upholstery shop. Has been a seamstress for over 30 years. Welcome and thank you, Kimber. Cool name, by the way. Mine's Kimberly. Let's see. What is the best place to get foam nowadays? The HD stuff is not HD anymore. So high density foam at Joann Fabrics is high density foam, but it's what is it? The weight is different. So I'm trying to figure out how to explain this. Okay, so there are a bajillion different types of foam. There's high-end quality foam, mid-grade quality foam, and low-grade quality foam. All of it is high-density foam, but like the lower-grade quality foam is a little less dense than the rest of the quality foam. And that's like professional upholstery foam. Joann's foam is a little bit under that, so it's like lower than low-grade. But it is good for if you're practicing projects and you don't have to spend a ton of money on materials. You can get foam from my website. My vendor, my distributor, who is a professional upholstery supplier, will send them straight to your house. They third-party ship from my website. So you can get professional upholstery supplies from my website. And I think that there is I think it's free shipping after $100, and you might get some kind of discount on there too. Keep an eye on the website. I think there's a discount code floating around. But that's where I get mine. So a lot of places you have to have a business or an EIN number to order like bulk upholstery supplies. Otherwise, you're paying a lot of money for smaller quantities. If you want professional upholstery supplies, order them from my website, and I can send them out to you from my vendor, who is professional. I keep looking at my sad front chair in my living room. Got to fix that now. Yep. And you can join me on Tuesdays if you want. Just pull your chair out, and if you have a question with your chair, you can ask it on here, and I can try and answer it and demonstrate it if I have the opportunity to. I'm happy to help you guys while I'm here on Tuesdays. You're joining me to work on the projects that I'm working on currently. This is for a dining room set that I'm doing. It's a peony dining room set. I'm doing a table carving. It's going to be beautiful. And then there's a set of 6 chairs that go with it that are all being upholstered in this fabric. Already such a big difference in how it looks. Awesome. Yeah, it really came together really quickly. And that's how fast it happens. This next part does not come together very quickly, but it is very cool. And I do, if you're watching, pay attention, because the steps can go by pretty fast and it's difficult to explain them. But I'm happy to, elaborate on any subject if you want me to linger on something. Staple step is so satisfying. Thank you so much. And remember, you don't have to put all your staples in at once. Put a handful of them in at a time and get everything stretched out. What's your name? My name is Kim, and I am in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I'm teaching out of my local maker space. It's called MakerWorks. Go Blue, I'm Wolverine too. Sports. I'm in the area where they do a lot of sports ball. I'm interested in opening a maker space in my community. Any suggestions on how to do it? It's so funny that you should ask, actually, because this makerspace, MakerWorks, if you go to their website, maker-works.com, they have a MakerWorks boot camp that they host a couple of times a year, and you can come out here. I'm trying to get it so they can set up a virtual option too, so you can attend virtually, but they're not there yet. They're doing the in-person. But you can come out here, and it's a 5-day deal, and they will go through all of their processes and everything that they do to make this makerspace. So it's a very helpful opportunity to learn about how to make makerspaces. Where are you located? I'm in Ann Arbor, Michigan, but I also teach virtual upholstery workshops. So you don't have to be in my in-person classes, you can take my virtual ones too. That's awesome. That was my question. Finding enough info on the phone. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to help. I have a red velvet chair I would love to try and redo. You should do it. And I have a group on Facebook called the Local Upholstery Club. That's free to join. If you are looking to learn how to do upholstery and you're new and you don't really want to face like pros, or you want no judgment and you just kind of want to learn on the fly, join the Local Upholstery Club. If you're working on projects from home, you can tag me in it and I'll answer your questions. But we have there's about 900 people in there now. We have upholsterers from all walks of life. We have people who are in there to be looky-loos, and we have people who have been doing upholstery for 50 years. They're all people who are really supportive, especially to people just coming into this, especially to people who are teaching themselves. There are not nearly enough upholsterers in the United States to keep up with the demand of upholstery. So we're trying to train as many as we can, is the best way that we know how, which is to just put the skill in front of them. So you don't have to be a professional to learn how to do this. There isn't a lot of formal opportunity in the United States to learn how to do upholstery. Anything you can do to get your foot in the door or to get some basic skill under your belt is going to help you. I am self-taught. I learned by watching videos online, deconstructing furniture and reconstructing it and taking pictures and video along the way. It's hard. It's hard to learn things the hard way. I'm here to help you learn the way that I learned to avoid mistakes. So if you're here on Tuesdays, you can watch me do this for free. I teach virtual upholstery workshops, in-person workshops, and I also put these live videos over on YouTube so you can catch up with them later too. Football is only good for having a marching band. That's right. And color guard. So there. Okay, so now we're gonna finish this chair by cutting the panels for the back pattern. Okay, so this chair, the backs of this chair, I'm going to show you on the other side. Let me flip this around. So the way this chair comes together is with 3 panels of fabric, one for each side of the arm and one for the back here. And you can see that that is sewn here. Now, if you've ever done upholstery before, you know that getting this right in the right spot is a son of a bitch. If you're good at doing patterns, you probably don't think that, but I've never really been good at that, and I've been really practicing doing them right. Typically, if this line was this short, I would just overlap this on this and I would hand stitch it, and that's a perfectly good way to do it. A lot of people do it that way. It does make it easier for you to adjust this tension after it's in place. When you're sewing it and if it's not sewn properly, that's it. Like, you don't have any way to go. But here, if you were to overlap it and hand stitch it, that's great. But today I'm going to show you how to make this pattern the best way I know how. I haven't had a lot of experience doing that, but I don't mind messing up in front of you guys. So we're going to measure enough material for this arm and the back panel of fabric. These are just going to be rectangles. Don't overthink it. Don't think about the shape. They're just rectangles. We need to find the longest length by the widest width on all 3 of these panels, and then we're going to cut those out of fabric. So let me turn this around. Hey Kim, you have my attention. My mother-in-law left an antique sofa set I would love to finish. Ooh, I would love to help you with that. You could come here to my in-person workshops, which I teach Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, so you can come stay the weekend out this way if you want. There's a lot of cool places to stay here. I can point you in the right direction. All my classes are buy 3, get 1 free and bring a friend free. So if you sign up for the 4-day weekend, bring a friend free, split the cost, it's $225. It's a pretty good deal on classes if you want to do it for the weekend. I'm located in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Okay, so we're going to measure this, and then we're going to take that to the cutting table. Okay. So the first measurement that I want to make is this seat back right here. This has to come around and staple to the back, and then it comes through the seat and it staples to the back of the frame back there. So I need to measure that length. And you guys are going to remember this for me. Actually, I'll probably write it out by hand. Okay, so we'll tuck this down first. I also need at least 2 inches of fabric to hold on to drape this on the chair. Otherwise, it's really hard to pinch, and I have carpal tunnel, and that's really painful for my hands. So I add 2 inches to the bottom and the top part of the measurement, which is 4 inches, so that I can make sure that I have enough material to pull with my hand. So I'm measuring the length that I need, and then I'm adding 4 inches to that to make sure that I have enough material to pull with my hand. So I'm coming up through the center here because it's longer here than it is on the sides because of the shape of the chair. So I'm coming up through the center, holding it to the back. It says 29 inches. I'm going to add 4 to that, 33 inches. So this has to be 33 inches tall. And then I need the width of it to wrap around the chair. This way it staples to the back on this side, staples to the back on this side, but this is curved, so I want to make sure that I'm holding that curve down. It's also wider up at the top than it is at the bottom, so I'm going to keep my measurement up here. I have 29 inches there too, so it's a 33-inch square. Fantastic. That's what I like to hear. So now I need to measure for this. This material needs to overlap this material, so I'm going to take my measurement a little bit further back here. And then it has to come around here and wrap around and staple to this outside part of the chair. That's 17 inches, and I'm going to add 21 inches. So 21 inches wide. Hold on. 33 squared, and then 21 wide. And then this part staples to the arm on this side. And it pushes through the pull-through spot and staples to the top of the frame on this side. So I feel like it looks shallower down in the front than it does in the back, so I'm going to take this measurement to the back to do it. And that's also going to be 21 inches. So 21 inches squared for both arms and 33 inches squared for the back. So let's take this to the cutting table and get that cut out. Right. I'm looking at the questions. Where are you located? I'm located in Ann Arbor, Michigan. You can come take in-person classes here, or I also do virtual workshops. I'm in Daytona Beach, Florida. You buy, I fly. I'll come to Florida and teach you. That's a beautiful chair. Thank you for the invite. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with me during this tutorial. I really enjoy teaching. I've taught since this past, I've been teaching upholstery to as many people as I could possibly do for the past 6 years, but it wasn't until this past year and a half that it actually took off. So when I started teaching out of this maker space, since last October, I've taught close to 300 people, and about 60% of them returned to continue doing pieces. We have people starting their own businesses. We have people taking on their own clients for a little bit of extra income. We have people making their own furniture, people who are taking it, started it maybe for an experience and then took it on after that and kept going, which is what I'm trying to do. I have been teaching upholstery for a while, but I was a furniture fabricator for the better part of 6 years with my husband, who does metalwork and woodwork, and we had our own business. And we closed our business 2 years ago because we were so busy. There was so much demand, and we had already been working 15-hour days for 6 years, 7 days a week, and we were just burnt out. We couldn't hire anyone because no one knew how to do this. And so after we closed our business, I was like, I'm going to teach people how to do this. More people have to know how to do this. Maybe one day I'll get back into taking clients again, and I can have a business again doing this, but for right now, I can't take it on by myself. It's too overwhelming. I have zero desire to work 7 days a week, and I have zero desire to work 15-hour days. This becomes way less fun when you are under the pressure of clients all day long. So you can follow me along, and I'll show you how to do upholstery, and you can follow us in the group, and we can talk a little bit about setting boundaries if you're going to take this on as a business. It's funny, I've never thought of measuring the chair. It definitely helps. Measurements. I didn't break down my processes into processes until I started teaching, because I would just drape the fabric over the chair and cut it to it. But after I started teaching, I was like, oh, that doesn't make sense to anybody just coming in off the street. So I had to figure it out. You're going to see a lot of me. I'm so excited. I hope that I do. Teresa says, hi, Kim. Hello, Teresa. Would you consider a flight to sunny Florida for a group? I absolutely would. If you can find a space for me out there, that's what I'm doing spring and summer, is doing weekend upholstery classes. So if you go to my website and you look up weekend upholstery camps, or even the link in my bio, weekend upholstery camps, you'll get a lot more information about those there and how you can connect yourself with that experience. I've been working on a sofa for over a year. The first ones can take time, and they should. I rebuilt my workshop so I could refinish a set of chairs and start making them. That's really cool. It's really cool. I really enjoy making furniture. I enjoyed having it as a business, but it became really overwhelming when we couldn't keep up. Thanks for sharing your story. Absolutely. Thanks for teaching us. I love this. Website for you, lullco.co. So lullco.co, and the link for that is in my bio. Come join the group. We will love to have you. Thanks so much, Regan. Yeah, we have a really great group, the Local Upholstery Club on Facebook. It's a private group, but you can join if you're looking to learn upholstery. You can post pictures of your projects in there, ask questions, ask for help, tag me in a post if you want to make sure I see it. There's pros and newbies from all over the place there who are sole experience, and our sole goal is to help all of us learn upholstery from each other and in a positive way, under guidance if we need it, and with a really strong support system, because the professional upholstery industry hasn't always shown brightly on the DIY aspects of this industry, but a lot of us learned how to do this by teaching ourselves. And so there's a lot of us in this group. There's about 900 people in this group who are all there to support you along the way. No judgment. They're not even going to give you feedback unless you ask for it. So definitely join the group if you're needing a little bit of extra support. The Local Upholstery Club link is also in my bio, so you can join from there. We'll get ready for Florida in the spring. Gonna set it up. Heck yeah, I would love to go to Florida in this spring. Excellent. Okay, so we're ready to cut this fabric. I'm so glad I wrote that on my hand, because I definitely would have forgot it. If you guys are here and you're enjoying being here and you're learning something from me, all I ask is, instead of sending gifts, just tap the screen when I remind you if you're thinking about it. The more you tap the screen, the more likes you give me, the more this content gets pushed out to the For You page, and the more people find me and they learn about the classes I teach. So if you're learning something from me today, all I ask in repayment is that you just tap the screen when I remind you to, as much as you can. There's a little pink heart that'll show up in this corner, and it'll be like a meter, and if it gets to the end, it'll throw you a party. So you can just keep tap, 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 tapping until it throws your party. So I'm going to clear off this table so we can get our fabric going. If you order batting from my website, this is how it's going to arrive, just so you know. Have a place for it, because it's about as tall as me. Alright, so this is my fabric, and I got this at Joann Fabrics on the discount rack for $6 a yard. I will say though, it is wrinkled. This is a velvet, and the last thing you want velvet to be is wrinkled. But the good news is, this is a poly velvet, high pile, and it irons, which is very rare for velvet, but this particular velvet irons. So let's get our measuring tool and a Sharpie. I mark my velvet. I mark my velvet on the front of the velvet because I always like to be confident of which direction the velvet is going in. If you put two pieces of velvet next to each other that are in opposite nap, they'll appear to be two colors, and I'll show you what that looks like in a minute. So before I make any marks, I want to check and see which direction that this velvet is going in, so that I know where the top of my chair is going to be and the bottom of my chair is going to be. The velvet, when you put it on your chair, you want to be wiping down to be brushed down. If you wipe up, it sort of like mats it up and it's rough. You want it to wipe down. Everybody sort of, when they sit in a seat, they're like sitting down like this. So you want their body to wipe the velvet down. If it's upside down and they sit in it and it brings up that nap, it's going to damage it permanently right away. So you want to be clear as to where the nap of your velvet direction is going, especially when you're putting more than one panel together. And here we're going to be putting 3. So I'm going to cut the first panel, which is the seat, which is 33 inches by 33 inches. I'm going to do it. I'm not going to use this because that's a pretty deep wrinkle. So first let me square off this edge. I know that this end down here is square, so I'm just going to line up my T-square to that. bring this out and cut that off. So now any part of this that has that like deep crease wrinkle that I don't think will iron out will be tucked into the back of the chair. So now I needed to go 33 inches down this way. I like to use the T-square when I measure because it helps me keep my measurements square. In this case right now we're just cutting 3 squares actually. We're not worried about the shape of the chair being round or curved or anything. This is just 3 rectangles. This is what we're starting with. So the seat is 33 inches square. So in order to keep this measurement square, I use my T-square and I use the flat edge up here and align it with that straight cut that I just made. I'm going to mark it 33 inches down. Then I'm going to move it just a little bit further down, maybe about 33 inches, and mark 33 inches again. And now I can connect these 2 dots with this ruler at 33 inches. So I'm not using the salvage edge. So I'm putting my 33 mark right there at the salvage edge. And now I can connect these 2 dots and make a dot down here at the 33 inch mark. And now I'm going to mark this at 33 inches up this side. And now I can connect these 2 dots with my ruler this way. Now you should not be marking on the top of your fabric with Sharpie, particularly if it's velvet, but it's easier for you guys to see the lines when I do that. Maybe not even in this case. So that's why I do that. And I always do it from the front. So this is the top part of my velvet. It brushes down this way. So I'm going to put a T on that side so that I know which direction it goes in. I'm going to cut this off. Then we're going to do those arms. This is the reason why you're never supposed to fold velvet, is because it will get creases in it like this, and sometimes those can be permanent. This was discount fabric at Joann Fabrics that was on the bolt on the clearance section. So it is a mess, but it does iron. It will not always iron, but this one did. Okay. So now we need a 21-inch square. I don't know if this is going to be long enough. Oh, it's perfect. It's 21.5 inches, so we're just going to keep it that length and do it 21 inches down in this direction. And then move it to the other side. 21 inches, and then I can just connect these dots. It's very important that you take the time to do the measurements and plot it out and cut it out so that you can avoid wasting material. A lot of times people think that they're confident enough to do a roundabout cut and then get it over there and find out it's not enough material. And if you don't have enough material to work with from the beginning, you're going to be pretty sad that you just wasted all that material. So take the time to measure it, plot it, and cut it before you take it to your project. Now we can't count the salvage edge, so I might as well just take that off. But this is an unnecessary, redundant step because I'm going to cut off the excess anyways. But that's just so that I don't forget that I can't use it. Now we can do another 21-inch square, and I'm just going to use that same measurement. 21, continue that line. Okay. This off, and then I can start moving everything to the chair. So the first thing we're going to do after these are cut out is take them over to the chair and start pinning them to the chair in the place where we want them to be, so that we can find out where they are going to meet for that seam, and we can start making the seam. We're going to make the pattern on the chair and then take it to the sewing machine to cut it and sew it. Okay, so I want to mark the top. And now I can show you that cool trick that velvet does. Top. Okay, so if you're using velvet, say this is going on my arm, this is the top of my arm, so I want to make sure that's aligned right. And you can see these look like the same color. This is the top on this side. This is the same color. But if I were to put this on in the wrong direction, you can see that those now look like two different colors completely. So this is why you want to make sure you have your panels marked for which direction they go in when you're using velvet, so they don't look like they're in two different colors. Now every time you see a velvet couch on Joybird or Wayfair, you're going to notice that they messed up a lot, and you're going to be upset about it. So we want all these going in the same direction when we put them on the chair and when we sew them together. So these are the arms, and we have the back, and we're going to move over to the chair and start pinning stuff on. Okay, I'm going to look for your questions first. Answer those. I'm a hospice nurse getting ready to retire. This is a really good, it's a really good hobby to get into if you have free time on your hands. It's also a really good way to make a little bit of extra income. When I was just doing dining room seats, I was charging $175 a seat for a dining chair. So that's something, and everybody gets those done. That's something that you can do very quickly. You can probably do for much cheaper out of your home. When I was doing it from a brick and mortar, so my hourly rate and my overhead was much more expensive. So those are things you can do fairly cheaply, but still get a lot of money out of when you're doing it from home. Those scissors just glided through that velvet like butter. Yes, I like to keep sharp scissors around. We have up to 6 students at a time, 4 days a week here, so we have to have sharp tools. Can you use chalk? Yes, you can, and you should use chalk. You definitely shouldn't be marking on your fabric with Sharpie. It's a dumb thing to do. For me, it's easier for you guys to see my line work when I use Sharpie on it. Also, I've always by default been using Sharpie, and I've burned myself a lot of times doing that. You can get Sharpie out with acetone from most fabrics, acetone and OxyClean, so that's interesting to know. This is fascinating. Thanks so much. I really appreciate you guys joining. We're about to do something really hard and cool, so I hope you stick around. Yeah, it's night and day. The color of the velvet, 2 completely different colors. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, yeah, absolutely. So if you're using, there are very little pros to using velvet. So the pros and cons list of velvet. The pros to using velvet: it looks cool and it feels cool. End of list. It's really hard to maintain. It's really hard to store. It's really hard to sew with. It gouges very easily. Like if you've got people sitting on it with keys and stuff, it scratches easily. It becomes permanent. I hear that cats don't like it, so they won't scratch it, but that has not been my experience. I have some asshole cats that really like to scratch velvet. I'm retiring, looking for creative ideas. You're so inspiring. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're inspired. You should join the local upholstery club on Facebook. That is a group where all of us are in there supporting each other, cheering each other on as we all learn how to do this, sending you the right videos, showing you the right tutorials, answering your questions in real time as you're working on your projects. So if you need help and support, that's a really good group to join. What other tools needed to do upholstery? Great question. You don't need to spend a ton of money on tools for upholstery. All you really need is a pair of scissors, a hammer, a needle, a thread, and a stapler. But you could also use little nail head or like tacks or whatever, so you don't even necessarily need to use a stapler. But the ones that I recommend to make your job easier Manual staplers are good, they will work, but they take a lot of impact on your body, and over time that actually really hurts. A lot of upholsterers have arthritis or they have carpal tunnel, their hands really hurt. I am 43 years old and my hands are already jacked, but mostly that's from computer work for 20 years before I started doing this. So you have to lower the impact on your body. It's also cheaper to use a pneumatic stapler than it is to use a hand stapler, because the staplers for that stapler are so expensive. The pneumatic staples is like $8 for 20,000 staples, and a regular hand stapler staples is like $10 for like 100 staples or something. It's like 1,000. Like, it's not very many staples. So you're going to be using just as many staples, but you're going to be paying way more money in staples for the hand stapler. I suggest you get a good used air compressor and a good used pneumatic stapler if you can. If you can't do that, Harbor Freight has some really good options that are fairly cheap. Is a good way to get started. Good pair of sharp fabric scissors, a needle, a thread. You do not need an industrial sewing machine to get started. You can use any domestic machine. A plastic domestic machine it's going to take a toll on it. It's not really built for heavy duty fabrics. The motor isn't set up for it. But if you have an old antique metal machine, those are all set up for upholstery, and you can get them for free on the internet all over the place. So you don't have to get a big fancy machine. Any old all metal sewing machine will work too. So pneumatic stapler, staple puller, a good staple puller. Let me see what I got here. This is my favorite one. It's from C.S. Osborne, and I carry these on my website too. This is really sharp on the ends, so it gets in under deeply embedded staples. It's also ambidextrous, so right-handed, left-handed, and it's designed to take the impact off your body by using this as leverage. So you can lift the staples like this without pulling it with your hands, which can be really painful on your shoulders and your back and your arms. So it's a really good, effective tool. If you don't have an effective staple remover, the staple removal process is going to be a nightmare for you. I also like to have a pair of pliers to remove staples. And then I keep a regulator around too, or anything pokey like this will work. This is useful for a lot of things. Today we've already used it to pull these corners out so that they were sticking out and pointy more. I just got my ideas for retirement. Congratulations, welcome to the club. I'm using green velvet. I wanted a short pile. Yeah, they come in a lot of different piles. They come in short pile, high pile. They come in apparel velvet. They come in upholstery velvet. There's a lot. Short pile because of pet hair. Yeah, so velvet is like a Velcro for pet hair for sure. The Facebook name of the group is called the Lolco Upholstery Club. The link to it is in my bio, so you can join the club through there, or you can just type in Lolco Upholstery Club on Facebook and you can find it there. Is that a brad nailer? No, it's actually a pneumatic stapler. But Harbor Freight does have a pneumatic stapler brad nailer in one that I used for like the first year or so. You will need a brad nailer down the road to do some more advanced stuff. So if you have a brad nailer on hand that works as a stapler too, it's a really good option to get started. Cats haven't gone after the green velvet chair that your grandfather gave you. Someone tells me that cats don't like velvet, but my cats like velvet. Or they don't like it because they tear it to shreds. I'm worried about my wrists. Good tools are a way to protect your hands and health. Yeah, the right tools are a way to protect the impact on your body all the way through. So the impact that you do on your body is the physical work that goes into lifting the chair, pushing it around, moving it around, walking around it. The tools that go into removing the material from it, stripping it, is going to be the most labor-intensive part that you do. So the more you can lower the impact on your body, the longer you'll be able to do this over time. So these staple removers that are professional upholstery staple removers are designed to remove the impact off of your body. And then I also show you how you can remove staples without pulling on them and without putting a lot of effort in it. Can you hand sew? Is a machine needed? You can hand sew. A lot of traditional upholsterers still hand sew everything. You don't need a domestic machine. You don't need an industrial machine. An industrial machine is the best because it's gonna work. It's gonna be a workhorse for you. It's gonna work a lot better on all materials except for really thin ones, which you don't use in upholstery. And it's going to work faster, and you have more control. And the more you have all that control, the less you spend on the learning process of trying to get everything to work for you that wasn't made to work in that way. I have a Singer made before 1969, 1970. The parts are made overseas, not the best. Any machine that has plastic parts in it is going to it's going to wear over time because the plastic gets hot and it melts and it misshapes, or it gets brittle and it breaks and it cracks. Like it just changes over time, whereas all metal machines tend to not do that, and they're still universal parts, so you can still have an old antique machine serviced. I wipe down mohair with damp washcloth and it really gets the hair off. Good tip. Let's see. He made it the whole chair, carpenter. Oh, that's so cool to have that in your family. My dad was a woodworker. He made a lot of cutting boards and birdhouses, but he didn't make any furniture. Great advice, so knowledgeable. Thank you so much. So I've learned everything along the way. I taught myself. There weren't a lot of tutorials online when I started learning this about 10, 11, 12 years ago. But there were people doing it, and so I could watch people do it. And I learned most of what I know through the deconstruction and reconstruction process by reverse engineering things. So it's very helpful to take pictures and video of everything as you go, every single step of the way, every single angle of your chair, because you're going to be like, wait, how is that put together? And you're going to wish that you had those images. Just join the Facebook group. I've watched you for a long time. Each time I feel so energized. I'm so glad. Yay! I'm going to get you. I'm going to get to all of you one of these days. I hope you all get to join. So the Facebook group, you have to be approved to get in. You can answer the questions. You don't have to answer the questions, but I do have to manually approve you, and I only get to doing that once a day. So that's not going to be today while I'm in here talking to you guys, but it might be later on this evening. So be patient. You'll get in. I'm Missy. I'll be working on a space in Florida for a group class. I retire at February 28. Missy, I hope that I get to come out there and see you. I really look forward to meeting you. Not a single picture did I take. Well, it's not too late to start trying. You'll remember for the next time. It's your practice piece. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so we need to start making this pattern. I'm very nervous about it because it's really hard, and I know that I'm probably going to be cussing, but you guys don't mind. We're all adults here, right? So the first thing I want to do is put the piece that's on in the back. And I need, before I do that, well, we'll iron it after we get it in place. So I need to find the top. I marked it. Top. And this is just, we're going to drape this on the chair as if we were about to upholster it, but we're not going to upholster it. We're going to use pins at first to hold it into place. We might end up having to put a couple staples in it to really hold it into place because this is a very stressful curve to get. So the first thing we want to do is sort of attach it in the center up here and in the bottom down here because we want to hold that curve that's in the chair. If we were to attach it here first, it straightens this out and this doesn't go back and touch the chair all the way. So when someone sits in it, it's going to tear it away from the staples and break, and you don't want that. I need the top of this to attach to the back of this in the center of the chair, and I need to do that from the center of this fabric. I already have the back of my chair marked. There's a seam in it actually, so that center is marked. I'm going to fold this fabric in half. Grab my scissors. I'm going to fold this fabric in half. And then I'm going to make a little snip on the fold in the middle, just a tiny one. Just cutting the corner off so that when I open it up, it looks like an arrow. I don't know if you can see that. So now it's got an arrow, and that points to where the center is on this fabric. So I can put that here. So I am actually going to put a temporary staple in this because the resistance that the curve gives me makes it too difficult to use pins. The pins pull right out. So don't be afraid to use staples at this process, but make sure they're temporary staples so that you can pull them out easily with your staple remover. And if we're reminding everybody what a temporary staple is, it's when you put the stapler in like this, instead of going flat on the surface, you tip it up on the side. It leaves a little gap right there so you can get a staple remover under there without damaging your fabric. So I'm going to set the center up. I'm just putting one temporary staple in the back. Now I can mark the center here. So we're pulling symmetrically, and I'm just gonna mark a little snip right there. So I need this material to come down the front center and tuck in down here. Here in this arm is where my seam is going to go. So I want this material to fold back where that seam is going to go. And now I can start using pins. You can get these free at Harbor Freight with about every purchase. So I'm just folding this back cleanly to where that pleat looks like it's gonna go. That might move. I'm not gonna be serious about it yet, but I'm just gonna pin it right there so that it doesn't go anywhere. And I'm gonna do the same thing to the other side. Now, there's a tiny little spot on this fabric that has no dye, but it looks like it's gonna stretch the side, so I'm not gonna forget about it yet. But I might end up having to use another piece. But I have plenty, so that's fine. Run this back through again, just to make sure. And then this is gonna fold cleanly in this direction, right along where that arm goes. Now, before I sew this together, I take it to the table, cut it out, and I make it symmetrical. Because I have enough material to stretch it around that I can do that, I have to assume that the chair was built symmetrically. So my measurements may not be symmetrical, but I do want to make sure it's symmetrical before I put it back up. So for now, this is how we're doing it. So I want to make cuts now so that this can go down in the chair. So if I were doing this without sewing it, I would push this all into place. And just like we made cuts on the seat here for these barriers, the legs, we have to make a cut in this part of the fabric for the barriers that go back that way. So the first thing I want to do is find where those meet the legs. So I want to keep my center centered. I'm pulling this down once again and pre-tucking. Oh, you guys can't see anything. Hold on. Let me get you up higher. I think I have to turn this around too. Yeah, much better. So pulling this straight down from the center, and I have my center mark here so I can really kind of see where the center goes. I'm just going to tuck into that chair, just here, not here. We can't tuck this back yet because we haven't cut the material yet, so we don't know what part of that material is going to go back there until we cut it. So I'm opening up that fold so that I can see what I'm doing here. And then I'm feeling for those legs. So there's a leg here and a leg here, and those are barriers to my fabric tucking through. So I need to cut this fabric to go around it. Now this is actually going to get sewn right here at this leg, if I remember. Hey. So this stitch is going to open up to that side. So I'm going to do a Y cut straight for the center of that leg and cut it out in this direction so that it will clear that leg. So Y cut is straight for the center, and then it goes off to the corners of the legs. This is already tucked in the seat, so I can't cut it too long, but I can feel for where that leg is by pushing my hand in the chair, and I can feel the outer parts of the leg are right here. So I'm just going to cut straight for the middle, and then out for those outer parts of the leg, but I'm going to stop right here at the back of the seat. I'm not going to cut down in that crack. This ends up getting tucked in the front of the seat here so that this can go back to the back. So we're sort of putting this on the same exact way that we would be doing it if we were upholstering it without sewing it together. We're going to get it in place first, then we're going to pin it together, then we're going to cut our seam allowance and then sew it together. So my leg here is this wide. I'm going to go straight for the center and then Y cut out to the outer edges. So this piece of material is now ready to tuck in here. So I'm going to pull it out first so that I don't cram all of that in there behind it and get it stuck. And just thread it like a needle through the pull-through spot with the end of this fabric and push it out the other way. So I'm going to pull that down so you guys can see. And I really want to just kind of straighten this up as much as I can on the front so that I can pull it down as tight as I can. And then I'll take some. You don't want it to be wrinkled in here, so you don't stop until everything smooths out. If you need to cut it longer, you can cut it longer. This is looking good. And I'll pull to stretch kind of along this way before pulling that down again. So we don't have to get this to look perfect just yet because we're not upholstering it just yet, but we do need to get it into place. So we need to start moving this material out to stretch it before we cut around these arms. And I'm going to just pull this back a little bit so you guys can see me do that. Just like we did the seat, we're attaching the fabric with just a couple of staples first to lock it into place before we put a bunch of staples in so that we don't have to remove staples later on. So first we want to get it into place. Here I want to stretch out this material and I'm going to put a temporary staple in the corner here. That's going to come out and we have to still sew this, so everything's going to come out. But this is helping me to stretch out these areas. So I've got a center in the back here, corner here, and I'm going to do this corner over here. And I'm really sort of like pushing my thumbs here on this corner and pushing it down and stretching it into place to get it stretched out. And then I just put another temporary staple in the back. And now this looks like good. This is close to what it's going to look like. I could pull that temporary staple a little bit. I'm going to do that. Hold on. So from the center, same way with my thumbs here at the top, push it down and really tuck in that center. So it starts to pull stuff tight here. Now you'll see wrinkles here. That means I can pull it out this way too. But it's really starting to hold snug now. And I don't know if you can also notice, but my fingernails leave marks in here too. I'm putting this on, getting all the seams and everything ready. Before we sew it, we're going to iron these, and that's going to take all the wrinkles out of here. So let's redo this seam a little bit. See how I pull this area out and it stretches it out? That's what I want it to do when it's like sewn to it. So I'm pulling my seam and I'm pinning it into my foam right there so that it kind of holds. Now when I go to do, it doesn't have to be perfect at this point because we're going to pull it and stretch it even further, but we need it to get as close as we possibly can. Same thing over here. I'm going to pull this out and I want my seam to be here. So I'm going to push my pin right into the foam through the fabric here. So these two staples, at least this one, can be tightened up, which is good because a little dye spot there. like use this wiping motion. Okay, that's looking pretty tight. For the purposes of what it is that we're doing. So let's tug this one more time. Now it's almost all the way stretched out. When we go to staple this here, we'll be able to get it more stretched out. So you do want to test that. Pull on these areas to make sure that it's going to stretch where you want it. And then fold it back this way. So I need another cut because I need this material to come around and this material to be able to fold this way. So my cut has to come right up into this ditch. And it's also going to be part of my seam. So the seam is going to follow right up there. So my relief cut that I need to be able to get this around needs to be a little bit lower because I need extra material to come down and to sort of be able to fold under to create a seam. So I'm bringing it out this way and I'm cutting from down below, not up here. If I cut up here, I'm not going to have enough material. It's going to show all of this here. So I'm cutting from down below so that it's coming at like this area so that this can go around and then this can clean up around the arm. And I'll show you what I mean by that. I'm pulling this into place for I make a cut. I can open this up so that it's not bunched up. And as long as I'm below this arm with the cut, I'll have enough material to go through. I want to still have enough material to fold over to create a seam there, so I'm not cutting it all the way back. And you can always cut more, but you can never cut less. So now this will go around. This can still fold up here around this arm, and it can come around straight this way. So now that I can pull this way, I'm going to put another temporary staple in the side here to keep that stretched. Do the same thing to the other side. How's it looking, everyone? Let's get closer to that cut, maybe. So on this side, we made our cut below this arm to start here so that this could fold over and we can make a seam right here. This will still be able to fold over up around this arm and we'll be able to make a seam there. We're basically going to sew right in that ditch where that fold is. And then this can wrap around all the way to the other side. And we can sew that whole thing together and it's going to conform into the place of that chair. And that's the beauty of it. But it only works if you cut it right. So that's why we're taking the time. So this is all going to get cut off, all the excesses, but we don't know how much yet. So I'm just going to leave it here. And just pin it out of the way so it doesn't get in my way. So we're going to make the same cut to the other side of the arm here. And here I want to do the same thing that I did to the other side and sort of, well, I'm going to fix the staple up here first. So I'm pulling this material up and over the arm, just stretch it out here at the sides. Just one temporary staple to hold that in place. So now this material needs to fold right in this crease to get a good 1/2 inch seam allowance, but I need this material to go this way. So if I open this up, so long as I cut below this arm this way, I'll have enough material up here to get full coverage and a fold up here. So I'm going like maybe an inch, inch and a half below, and I'm holding my finger in the ditch here where that cut kind of needs to stop close to. So don't bunch it up when you cut it. Open it up when you cut it because you cannot see when it's bunched up. Go lower, like if you're nervous about not having enough material. Okay, so now this can come around this way, and this will fold up. That looks good. So let's pin this one out of the way now. Get this one over to the side. So the front of that is looking nice and clean so far. Far from done and ready, but this is how we're setting it up, and it's going really well. So I need it just a little bit more of a snip here so that this can come around more. There's too much resistance, I can feel it. And I'm going to start pinning this down into the foam right along this angle. So this, I don't know if you can see it, cut right here is where my Y cut was from the side. I'm just going to snip that all the way down. I need at least a 1/2 inch here. I'm going to make it a little wider than I need. We can cut that to fit after we remove it from the chair. But I do know that I can take this off. So I'm going to do that. And our seam is what's going to pull this area out and make it nice and stretched out across. So we need pins to hold all this into place. And we're going to do the same thing on the other side. I love how I've got a bajillion scissors here. So with this fold in place, I can cut off the excess, give myself an inch or two to play with. And that fold goes right there. Now these are not symmetrical yet, but they will be symmetrical before we use them. But I'm doing the best I can with my eyeballs and a camera in my way. So the back is set for what we needed for the pattern making aspect of this. When we scooch back, when we scooch back, you can really see it come together. Let me check the comments. Dye looks a bit off on camera, but not sure if it's just me. Not sure if the velvet is just velveting. I don't even know what you mean by that. You might have to be more descriptive. I can see the bolt marks that might come out in ironing. Yes, it does come out in the ironing. That might be what she sees. There's, oh, right here, the stripe here. Yeah, that needs to be ironed. That's part of the, part of it being wrapped around the bolt, and it has been coming out with an iron, so that's good. I'm glad. Okay, perfect. So we got this part done, and now we need to do the arms. So the arms, I'm looking for that top mark that we marked here, because this has to rub down on the arms going this direction. If I were to put this top down on here, you can see it's the same color, but if I were to put these next to each other in the opposite direction, they look like two completely different colors. And so you want to avoid doing that. So I've got my, oh, this is what I was trying to do. Two completely different colors. So the top goes this way. And this will also fold on this side, but I need to make sure that I have enough material to wrap around to come to this side of the arm. So I want to, before I, like I'm just kind of draping it across right now. These are the 21-inch square panels we cut out for this. This material needs to wrap around. This needs to come and staple just to the outside of here. So I just need to make sure that it's long enough. And just like everything else, I'm pre-tucking it down here. If I were not going to sew this on the sewing machine, this is how I would set it up to overlap at the back here. I want this fold to come right up along that fold, and I'll give you guys a closer look at that when we get closer to it. And then this to be as smooth on the surface as I could possibly make it, and tucked into the seat so that I don't overcut my cuts. So I'm going to put the first temporary staple here on the outside so it doesn't go anywhere when I move this. And now I'm going to make the cuts on the arm. Okay. So just like we did for this box cushion, we need to make a Y cut to go around this part of the arm that is part of the frame, because our fabric can't push through this part. There's a barrier there. So we're going to make a cut to go around that barrier, and that goes straight to the middle of it, and then it Y's off around this area to go to either side of that leg. So I'll make the first cut. Notice this is nice and taut from the top into here. I'm going to stick my fingers in there so I can feel the width of the leg. And that is right here. And I'm going to cut straight for the middle. And about 2 finger widths away is when I'm going to start cutting for that Y. That first cut is going to come to this outside edge of the leg, but just inside of it, not outside of it. And this cut is going to go to the other side of that leg. So this little Y goes in front of that leg. I'll tuck it into the foam in a second. And then all of this material tucks into the back. So we're going to do that now. And then, oh, we will have to cut around this leg too. So this cut gets a leg just to the other side of the leg that's back here, because the rest of it's going to get removed after sewing. So this cut is coming just to the outside part of this leg. This leg is this wide, this cut comes to that outside part. This is going to get fished down. If you try to tuck this like this, it's going to get jammed up in there and you're going to be awfully sad. So take it from the end, untuck everything, and then fish the end through like you're threading a needle and push it through the other side. And that allows all of these materials to sort of drape the way that they need to. So the idea is to get this pole taut into place so that we can line up our seams over here and make the pattern. This cut looks like it could go a little bit further back because it's buckling in front of that leg. When you make the cut longer, don't keep going in the V. Just go straight to that leg. So the excess for those can get tucked down into the chair. I'm not going to work too hard at it right now because I'm just going to take this back off. And the rest of it can wrap around the front of the chair this way. These I'm going to have to fold under. So that fold up here will clean up in front of the arm. So these I can now pull to straighten out this material. I don't need to get it perfect right now, but I do want to get it stretched out so I know where to sew it. So I'm going to pull it taut here so that I'm getting the front to back. And then let me get you guys closer to the seam so you can see what I'm doing here. Now the goal is to get this fold right up next to that fold, like right next to it. Not overlapping, but right next to it. And I can start pinning into the chair so it doesn't go anywhere. And as I get around this arm, I'm going to need to make relief cuts for it to get over. So I'm going to make a little snip. I'm going to stop within like a 1/2 inch there. I'm going to need So I'm just going to make these tiny relief cuts so that it keeps traveling around this arm, and keeping this seam up with the other seam, because that's going to help this to be tailored to fit. And I'll go around the arm and show you guys how I folded that, so that when we go to put it back on the chair, it's going to be much easier because everything is sewn together in the right place where it's meant to be. Okay, so our fold matches here. We want to push it to match going all the way down. So I got a little bit of a gap on the bottom. And I'm not going to be able to pin this into the chair all the way at the bottom, but I'm going to have to be cognizant of the angle of this fold. And I'll have a line to follow when I get it to the cutting table, but it does have to meet down in here in the chair, and it's hard for me to get to with my hands right here. So yeah, we're going to pull over there all the way. Too much. Really making sure that I can adjust that fold. Don't lose pins in your chair seat. They're dangerous. This is the hard part. Okay, so that's pinned in place. This is going to be extra that's going to get cut off later on, but I'm not doing that right now because I don't want to ruin it if I still need extra fabric. So this seat is looking good. We're almost ready to trim that up. Now we just have to do the other side. Right here. So we get the other part of the arm, which I have clearly marked as the top. I need enough to fold to make that pattern on this side. I need it to be long enough to attach to this side and long enough to come out the chair from this side, and also long enough to wrap around and go all the way around the arm on this side. That's what I'm thinking of when I put it in place. You can also mark the center and mark the center on the arm. That's a good way to go about doing it. What timer we got? Okay, so now we'll do that pre-tuck that we did before. Then we're going to smooth this out and put a staple in on the center of the arm on the other side. Now remember, these are temporary staples. We're taking these out because we still have to take this to the sewing machine. So I'm going to get this smoothed out, and I'm going to put a temporary staple in the middle of the back of the arm here. And then I'm going to start adjusting my fold up this way, right along that seam. I can put these guys there. And I'm also, I gotta make this cut for this arm this way. So there's a barrier in this arm right here on this side, just like the other side, and I need to make a Y cut for that. So my cut is going, I'm feeling for that leg. That leg is right here. I'm going to make a cut that goes straight for the middle of it and then goes right out for the edges. I don't want to go beyond the edge because then you'll be able to see that cut over here. So I just want to go just inside the edge. I usually cut towards the middle and I stop about 2 finger widths away. You can mark this with a Sharpie if you want, but you don't have to. I can feel in here where the leg is, and it's right there. So I'm going to make this first part of my Y cut right for that corner. And then this second part of my Y cut is coming right for the front of this arm, but not outside of it, just inside of it. So this ends up getting tucked in the chair, and this can go straight through the arm this way. So And then I need to make one more cut on this side that goes, this is the leg that goes this way. This piece only gets one cut that goes right for the outside of that leg here. It's going to get cut along the seat and it's going to stop right here in the corner. This allows this flap to go right through the arm, and that's how big that clearance is. So I take this out, and then with the open end, I'm putting that in the side so I can pull it through. I'm coming on the chair here. Here's where you start to find out if you need to make longer cuts or not. This is actually looking really good. It's getting smooth here. I'm going to bring this next one right around the front. You'll see that that made a relief cut there. I actually don't need all this material. This is going to get folded under, so I'm just going to trim this off so I don't have to deal with it. Fold that under. This will all get cleaned up when we go to upholstery to upholster it, but this is how it cleans up on this side. So I'm just going to run that through the center and put one staple on the other side of this chair to hold that arm in so that I can get this seam in place. So I just need them to meet down here. And now what I need to do is I need a 1/2 inch seam allowance on either side. So I'm going to mark a 1/2 inch to either side of that fold so that I know where to sew these together. But first I got to get some relief cuts to get this around the arm. So this is going to need another cut right around in the same area that it curved around here, but from this way. I don't want it to go all the way into that ditch because I need it to sew there. So I just made one relief cut. Now I'm moving it a little bit more to the side until it won't wrap around anymore. And then I'm going to make another relief cut, but not all the way because I need it to sew. And then this will start to come around even more, line up with the seam on this side, and I can pull a little staple in there. And now we can mark where seams go. I think I can just switch up this a little bit. So that we can take this to the cutting table and finish cutting it. So, hold on. So my friend Jeremy Beals of Beals Upholstery has this really cool tool called a seam puck. I'll show you what it is. If you do a lot of sewing and you have to measure for seam allowances, the seam puck is perfect for that. It was 3D printed. Oh, I think it's going the wrong way. So that it all fits together like this. And each one of these circles has a different mark of measurement on it. I need the 1/2 inch circle, which is this right here. And the rest of them sort of stay with it. This way I can run my pen or chalk or whatever I'm in through that hole and run it right along the line I want, and it's going to give me a 1/2 inch line away from that line. So in this case, I want to do it down my seam. So I'm going to roll that right down the edge of that seam. And that's going to give me that 1/2 inch seam allowance. I'm going to do the same thing on this side of the seam. But not with this pen, because this pen isn't working. So that's a really good way to do that tool. You can also use a bobbin. A bobbin is exactly a 1/2 inch away from the center too. So you don't have to have a seam puck. You can use a bobbin, but I really like the seam puck. I use it a lot, especially for like crazy shaped cushions. It's really good to get crazy shapes. I do want to make sure that that is touching. And I'm eyeballing my 1/2 inch here. There's one thing I'm good at eyeballing. It's just a 1/2 inch, and that's about it. Okay, let's do one on this side. Mark it a 1/2 inch all the way down. Now these are the only areas that get cut and sewn. Okay, so now I can take everything off and take it back to the cutting table and get it symmetrical and prepared. So I'm going to spend some time taking out all the pins and staples now. Let me turn this around maybe and you guys I can answer questions while I do this part. Okay, I'm going back through the feed real quick. Okay, everyone says it looks great. Thank you. I'm stuck on the top fabric of an antique sofa and I'm scared. Don't be scared, Skirt Society. Go, if you're already part of the local upholstery club, make a post in there. Take some pictures of what it is that you're dealing with. Tag me in it. So, like if I don't answer, somebody else is about to answer too. There's a lot of good, supportive people in there. And you don't have to be scared. You can use scrap fabric too. You can practice with a layer of fabric first. I would find a cheap layer. I use a lot of sheets. It doesn't like stretch the same as the fabric you're using, but it's good for making cuts and if you're nervous about making cuts. You find pins left in the chair fast. Yeah, be careful with that. You don't want to sit on pins that get left in the chair. Okay, that's everybody's questions. I'm going to just take this apart. You guys can continue to put questions in the comments if you have any. My name is Kim. I teach upholstery workshops. I do these live on Tuesdays, Tutorial Tuesday, usually from about 10 a.m.-ish to about 2 p.m.-ish. Today I'll be here till 2 if my phone makes it. I'm at 25%, so we'll see how it goes. But you can learn from me free when I'm doing this here, but I also teach in-person workshops and I teach virtual workshops live, so you can bring your projects to these workshops, whether they're in-person or virtual, and I will walk you through like hands-on every step of the way. So if you're looking to learn upholstery, you're nervous to do it by yourself, Monday evenings from 6 to 9 p.m. I teach my virtual workshops. They're open to up to 6 people. You're not just learning from your piece, you're learning from everybody else's project too when everybody else gets to a new step. It's a really great way to bond with people who are also learning upholstery and to learn upholstery in a way that is set at your own pace. There's no curriculum. You can come into any class at any time. You can do it at your own pace. There's no steps. It's just you come when you're ready for help and I help you, and you come back when you want some more. So someone's asking Central Time, Eastern Standard Time. I'm in Eastern Standard Time. So I'm here at 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time most Tuesdays. If you follow me on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, you will get notifications when I'm about to go live. And you can also join my mailing list on my website. You'll get information about that there too. But Tuesdays, Tutorial Tuesdays, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Alright, so I'm just taking these staples off. Remember, we made them temporary staples. You can see how much our fabric transformed. We just have a few holding them in a couple different places. This went a lot smoother than when I tried it by myself. So there's that. We haven't got to the sewing part yet. See how it goes. I hope that I can get this attached before I leave you guys today. We've only got about an hour to go. I don't know how that's going to look. these are all those temporary staples we put in to hold it into place. And staples are sometimes better than pins because it pulls it tighter. Just make sure you put them in a way you can take them. Okay, this is ready to come out. And sometimes at this stage, your batting and your foam come out with it, which is why I try to do the dry fitting before the batting stage, but for this tailor fit of a fabric, we want as much of that material on there as possible. So this is what the arm looks like when it comes off. This is the bit of material that we're going to be cutting off of the arm. This off. Be real gentle when you pull it out. You're not trying to pull out all your work. I'm lucky my foam stayed in. So get the back off. And now that one. Okay, let's go to the cutting table and let's see what these look like laid out. Alright, I'm going to flip this around. I used to upholster furniture. It says JPS. Me too. I have my own fabrication business. Now I teach workshops, and I'm hoping to one day be able to start another furniture business with some staff. I closed my business a couple years ago because we didn't have enough. We couldn't keep up the demand on our own. So that actually looks pretty symmetrical when you open it up. Fairly symmetrical. It's a little heavy on one side. So what we might end up doing is using this as a pattern and putting it on a new piece of fabric. I was thinking about doing that anyway because this fabric has a dye spot missing, and I don't want to accidentally forget to pull that hard enough. So the first thing I want to do is flip it over and see where my cuts were. Here. So you can sort of see my 1/2 inch seam allowance there. I'm going to make it straighter because it was a straight line by just connecting these dots. So that's my 1/2 inch seam allowance. This is the line I actually want to cut on because it sews a 1/2 inch in this way. So that is going to be my cut line. I'm going to go ahead and cut that side. This side looks a little bit different. On this side, my line is a little bit curved. And I know that that's not the case, so I'm going to use this side as the dominant side and fold that in half and put it on a new piece of fabric to make it symmetrical. Now, I thought that I wasn't going to end up having to do this. If it wasn't for that dye spot, I would make this symmetrical, but the dye spot is just too close to the edge, and I don't want to end up having it show. So I'm using this side as the dominant side because it looks the cleanest, and we're going to basically fold that in half and put it on another piece of fabric that's folded in half and trace that as the template. These are the marks that I marked for where my center is, so I can just fold it in half right there. And you can see there's already a difference. So first I'm going to make this side match this side. So what I've done here is I folded in half at the center marks that we already made. I made this side match this side, and if you can see up here, the outside is bigger than this side, so I'm going to use this bigger outside edge because that's extra material that folds over, and I want to make sure I have enough. This is also bigger here than it is right here, So I'm also going to make sure to use this so I have more material than less material so I don't end up screwing myself in the end. So this is going to be my pattern. This is what we're using to make the final pattern. So I'm just going to put it on this fabric, but I have to stretch it out first. Let's see if I can find a better stretch of fabric, because these have a lot of creases in them. I think we're going to do this right here in the center. This is a 33-inch square. So I'm just going to cut another 33-inch square out of here and hopefully avoid another one of these wrinkles. This was discount fabric from Joann Fabrics. So I'm going to draw a 33-inch line here using my T-square up against this edge so it stays straight. I'm going to move down a little bit and do the same thing. Connect these two dots to make a nice straight line, but I don't know which part of this I'm going to use yet, so I'm just going to make it kind of long. Okay, I need, there's like a rough spot here, so I'm going to start this line here. 33 inches down on this side and 33 inches down on this side. We still have a crease, but this is closer to the bottom now. And I'm hoping it will iron out. Oh, it's actually close to the top. That's not going to be good. I'm going to have to start up here. 33 inches from the top. Because this is the top and it wipes down. So that puts this up about 33 inches from this side, and we can connect these dots. Alright, ready to cut out. So now I'm going to take this, fold it in half, and also cut off this salvage edge. I want to mark the top on the top, so I don't forget. Fold it in half. You don't want to crease it. That's not what we're looking to do here, because that'll just create more problems for this velvet. But I am going to put the pattern on top. We should do this inside out. Okay, top of my pattern is up here. Now we can line this up with the center here. And then I'm just going to make these marks and cut along those. So you notice this line that goes around the arm is a straight line. It almost goes up and over in a 90-degree angle. Good. So I'm going to put this far away so we don't accidentally use it. I've always wanted to learn how to upholster. Nobody does it around here anymore. That is a problem everywhere in the United States. After manufacturing went overseas for mass productions, very few shops stayed and hung out in the United States, and the ones that did not train anybody because that person could then go to their garage and do this and make money on their own. So they weren't keen on breeding competition, and because of that, the trade has been dying out. There's no formal trade schools in the U.S. anymore because everything was happening overseas. And now that with the war and COVID hurting the supply chain demand, it's made it difficult to even get mass-produced furniture. So nothing's really mass-produced like that anymore. It is made on demand. So that's why it takes like 6 months to get it. Okay, that should be our pattern for the front. We're going to iron that before we sew it. Now we have these arms that should look fairly similar in nature. So keep them face to face. So for that down direction, down. Like I didn't really cut this part off. So this is my mark by the arm that I made, which was kind of crooked because of how it was pinned in. Let me check this one. This one looks better, so I'm going to go with this mark. This is really just a straight line. You can see this is where it goes around the arm, and this is where it comes down. So I'm just going to straighten up this line and follow it all the way down. Just like that. Then I'm going to cut that out. We're going to make it look exactly the same on this side. Salvage edge, so I'm just going to trim that off. What I will say is that this one has way more material down here, and I'm nervous about cutting off excess material, so I'm probably actually going to use this one as my guide, and then I'm going to recut another one. So this off so that I can make this symmetrical. And then I'm just going to trace this on another piece of velvet. Face down so that it's the opposite. I know that it's on this side. I did not mean to use this as a pattern. So I always want to make sure you have enough material. And I'm not going to make these cuts because I can make those back when I get to the chair, and they'll be more precise that way. First line this way. two arms ready, then we're just going to iron everything before we sew it together. This is the left arm because this part goes around the indent of the arm, so I want to put an L next to that top. And then this is the right top. Oh, I didn't mark it. Right top, and then I have my back too. So let's go clear up. Well, I think we might be able to iron over here. So most of the time you cannot iron velvet. This is not the case. This seems to be a high performance velvet. And it can take steam and ironing without getting ruined. Just clear the table so I can we're going to take this to a different table. Get some of these chairs in the background for a reminder. Okay. Let me turn this iron off and back on again because it has reached the safety heat. And then you do want to keep the face down on this. They do have ironing pads. I can't remember what they're called. Someone told me about them. I never heard about them before. Basically, they're like a bajillion pins sticking up, so you can put the fabric down on top, face down, so the nap is going down into the pins, and when you go to steam it, it doesn't mess with it. So we get like a look at what this looks like before we iron it. And when I do iron it, I like to move the iron with the nap, so I move it down with the nap. I did notice that if I did it in the opposite direction, that I could tell. You could see. You could see iron marks, and they were permanent, so I'm going to avoid doing that. I'm going to answer some questions for you guys real quick. Okay, I'm just going back through. I've always wanted to learn how to upholster, and nobody does around here anymore. Yet we did go through that, so it's very, not a lot of people do this anymore, but it's its highest demand that it's ever been. So if you want to learn how to do upholstery, you definitely can learn how to do it for money because there's a high demand for it. I invited you as a guest, but I did not mean to. Please do not feel like you have to take that. Guy Quartz! Hi, Guy! Good to see ya! Guy Quartz, I went to high school and I haven't seen or heard from him in a long time. I need to find a charger for my phone if we're going to continue to do this much longer because I'm at 15%. We'll do that real quick. Okay, charger for my phone. I was wondering what that guest invitation was all about. It was a slip of the finger. I apologize. Although I don't mind taking on guests, if there's anybody on here who wants to ask questions out loud, feel free to join. And if I see it, I'll let you in. Is it hard to source fabrics? Not at all, but there are places around me where there are fabrics. North Carolina is like the textile capital of the United States, so you can find a lot of fabric there. We have Discount Fabric Outlet here in this area, which is really cool because they have designer discontinued fabrics for $7.99 a yard. So I try to get whatever I can from there if I can. There's all kinds of Joann fabrics and stuff. We also have Haberman's Fabrics, which also has designer fabrics. Definitely not $7.99 a yard, more like $80, $90, $200 a yard. Very expensive stuff. but they have it online. You just have to know a little bit about fabric, depending on what it is that you want. So when you're putting fabric on a piece of upholstered furniture that's going to get high traffic, the one thing you want to be most concerned about is the double rub count. That is how many times the fabric can be rubbed twice, 1, 2, before it wears a hole through the surface of the fabric. So if you go to like Jo-Ann Fabrics or a specialty fabric store, they're likely going to have this information for you. So every fabric has a little bit of statistics on it, tells you how to clean it, tells you the double rub count, the pattern repeat. There's a lot of information you can get from the stats on a piece of fabric. If you go to a discount store though, you're probably not likely going to find that information, or if you get something on clearance, you're not going to find that information. So it's good to like sort of research a little bit about different types of fabrics and what they're used for. I have 2 chairs that are similar to those I need to redo. I hope that you get to them. You can join my local upholstery club on Facebook for free, and we'll help you out along the way. If you're in Massachusetts, I recommend Sophisticated in Farmingham. Ooh, I'm going to have to look that one up. Okay, I think I'm ready to iron. Let me flip this around. And we're just going to iron down this fabric in the direction of the nap, which for this is top to bottom this way. I do want to be careful not to put a hot piece of fabric on the edge of this table because it will leave a mark in there. I learned that. And that's fun. So I do use steam with this, but first I like to start ironing it first. So this is where my one wrinkle was. You can still see it pretty clearly. Oh, this is not hot yet. What's going on here? Let me unplug it and plug it back in again. It was on for too long and then it turned itself off. What would be a good choice of double rub count? If you're using a piece of furniture that's going to get high traffic, you don't want any less than 20,000 double rub count to begin with. Start at 20,000 and work your way down. Otherwise, you're looking for like a medium to heavy weight fabric, and you can even like pull apart the edges of a fabric, and if it starts to fray or come apart, that's a good indication that it's not great for upholstery. Do you charge per piece or by the hour? I charge by the hour, but I tend to know how many hours it takes to do each piece. So like for a wingback chair, I know I can do it in about an 8-hour day, so that would be what I would charge by. So I charge the cost of materials and the hourly rate, plus I add 20% for incidentals. There's always incidentals. I have a woodworking business, but I considered upholstery first. I just couldn't find the training, and that's a problem for everybody. There's not a lot of opportunity for training around here in the United States, but it is a good thing to learn, especially if you've already got that woodworking skill. My husband and I did woodworking, metalworking, and upholstery, and we became a one-stop shop for architects and designers and contractors who were looking for people to build out their booths and shelves and be the metal worker, the woodworker, and the upholsterer. So we got a lot of commercial jobs right away. I need it since nobody knew did it. I love to join your group. My very first business was a sewing business. I made tote bags. Cool, yeah, definitely join my group. You'll learn a lot about upholstery. And it's a really good group of people. What's happening here? Push. Oh, I just had to push. So I just need this to get hot. And then we're going to iron across here. This is what the wrinkle looks like. So we're praying to the good Lord baby Jesus that comes out so that we can use this. This was discount fabric, so comes how it comes, and this is what you get. If you guys have questions or you're enjoying yourself learning here from me today, all I ask is that you tap the screen whenever I remind you. Just tap it as violently as you can. That sends my content through the For You page and helps people discover me, like you probably discovered me here today. And when people discover me, they learn that I teach upholstery workshops both in person and virtually live, hands-on experience with you. I do a weekend upholstery camps where I am actually going to local maker spaces around the United States this year to teach those. So if you're looking for a weekend endeavor and you want me to come to your area, look for a local makerspace near you. If you can find one near you and you make the connection with me, you'll get to come to that weekend upholstery camp for free. that's how we're trying to incentivize people. Okay, this is hot. So I'm going to steam iron it, but I'm going to be wiping down in the direction of the nap. You cannot always iron velvet, so don't get excited. You must test a piece of fabric before you just go to town with an iron. Sometimes an iron, moisture can stain your velvet. It can melt your velvet. It can discolor it. Sometimes it'll make it look like a different color. So you want to be sure that that's not going to happen to your only piece of fabric before you get going. So I have had to go over this a couple of times before. I'm going to check it out here in a second. I can still see some of the wrinkles on the back, so I'm sure they're still there. Amazingly enough, this works, but don't get excited. Most velvet you cannot iron it off. Okay, I'm just going to come back through again and give it a little bit of pressure this time. Now let's see. Well, still got it there a little bit, and oh no, it's not discoloring, but it is coming out. So we're almost there. We just got a little bit ways to go. Some more direct heat and steam in those areas will help, I think. This, and then there's this part that goes all the way up. So a little bit more direct steam, I think, is what's working well. Side's looking pretty good. This edge is still pretty creasy. And you can even try brushing it. It's still pretty wrinkled. I'm a little nervous. Alright, let's try this side. I don't want this to lay over that because I don't want it to crease. So I'm just going to do this from this side. Luckily, this crease is right at the bottom where it goes into the chair, so you wouldn't be able to see it anyway. I won't spend too much time on that area because you're not going to see it. But I do want to try and get this out. Just put a little bit more pressure and some steam. Close. you store your velvet, you want to make sure you're storing it on a roll and not folding it or like rolling it up and scrunching it in the back because it can damage it. I think that's about as close as we're gonna get it, and I can take a steam iron or a steamer to it later after it's stretched out and brush it in the direction of the nap and try and get any others out. But I'm gonna be wrinkling up this a lot anyways. So I've got the back ironed. And now I want to make sure to do the arms too, so that's consistent, because if there is any discoloration of any kind, I want to make sure it looks the same. The next step after ironing this is going to be sewing these pieces together, and maybe we'll get it draped across your chair before the end of the day today, so you can see how that goes together. But it's basically going to be a repeat of what we just did to make the pattern, only this time we're stapling it into place. If you don't make it, I'll come back tomorrow and we'll finish it up with this, the front and the back tomorrow. So now we have to take these to the sewing machine and sew them together. This intersection here is where these intersections line up on this side. So I'm going to start my stitch there, but I have to come back and go around the other way. Velvet is very slippery, and so it does not like to be sewn. So there are tips and tricks we're going to use at the sewing machine to show you how to hold it together so it doesn't move too much on you underneath the sewing machine. So let's go to the sewing machine and do that. All right, I'm looking through the questions real quick before I sit down. Why didn't you cut it from the other end so that the crease would be hidden? Because the direction of the nap of the welt or of the velvet is important. If I just cut it from the other end, the velvet would have gone on upside down and it would look like a different color. If you look here, if I change the direction of the fabric, they look like two different colors, two completely different colors, which is why it's important that they go together the right way. So this is top down of the back of the fabric, and this is top down of the arm of the fabric. But if I flipped it around so you couldn't see the wrinkles, then you can see that those two fabrics look like they're two completely different colors. So they don't go together the right way. So I'm going to put these face to face, this corner with this corner. You can also mark it on the chair where those meet so that you remember. Because this doesn't line up with this, it has to go that way. I'm going to start here and come down to this area. This stays open because it goes around the leg there. And then I'm going to come back around and do this way. And that's because velvet is slippery and it moves. And if I start here and go down, it's going to misalign here in this corner. And that's where I need it to be aligned the most. I need a pair of scissors. This is the most important area for me because this is where it goes around the corner of that arm. So it needs to fit exactly there. So I'm going to line these two corners up first and line these sides up, and then I'm going to use an office stapler to staple these layers together, and that's so that they don't slide away from each other when they're under the sewing machine. So this is harder to do when you guys are watching. There we go. So this is a regular office stapler, and we will take these staples out, but these are going to hold this into place. When you do this, you do want to kind of make sure that you put these close together because it will slip between them. So I'm doing like every ½ inch. I'm putting a staple in there. Down the whole row. Oh, I don't think that's supposed to happen. Edges are lined up, and this is inside of a ½ inch, so I'm not in danger of sewing over top of these staples. So I'm going to start there. I have this guide that is actually at a ½ inch. It's magnet right to my sewing machine, so I can just ride this fabric right up alongside that guide, and it'll sew it at a ½ inch. So I need to get, first I need to get my material underneath my presser foot. This lifts up. And then I just need to get it into place and sew my first line, which is straight down this way at a ½ inch. That's how much we measured for. It was a ½ inch seam allowance. So I'm sewing a ½ inch away from the edge all the way down to this bottom. And I did forget to do a back stitch, which you want to make sure you do. I'm going to stop before I get to this point. I'm going to go back up to the top and do a, or actually I'll do a back stitch when I go around the other side. The back stitch sort of ties a knot in the end of the stitch so that it doesn't come unraveled. So you always want to have one, especially this is going to be pulled really tight, so you want to make sure it's super tight. So now I need to sew this to this side. And you'll see how it wrinkles right here. This is going to need a little bit of a relief cut to be able to do that. So I'm actually going to start from this corner and work my way down there this time. And in order to do that, I have to flip this over. So I'm going to start a little bit further back so that I can put my top stitch in. And I'm going to have to eyeball this ½ inch for a minute because I've got everything folded here. But you could have it marked on your fabric if you want. So back stitch. I'm just going to get a ½ inch around this side. And then when I'm ready to turn that corner to sew that stitch, I'm going to drop my needle down in the fabric, lift up my presser foot, and turn it in this direction so that now I'm sewing in this direction. So I just get all my fabric straightened out underneath, lined up under my thread guide, and then sewing all the way to the end with the back stitch. So that's one side. Eek. That may or may not be done properly. So now we're ready to sew the second side on, and that gets sewn face to face too. So I need to go grab the other side, and we're going to put that right on here. And this is where these two intersections line up. But this also might have to be, this might have to get a little shorter because I've made my cuts pretty deep here, and that's more than a ½ inch. So I'm just gonna trim that a little bit. It shouldn't make too much of a difference because we're still stretching it out longer. The cut and the angle is still the same, but that's a risky decision to make this deep into the game, just so you know. So I'm going to do from here to here first, and then do that short end again, just like we did last time, but I have to staple this down before I go crazy. Because it will just slip and slide all over the place. And velvet, it's really hard to drag on its face because it's like Velcro. First staple in so it doesn't go anywhere. And then I can just line this up going all the way down. Putting a staple about every ½ inch or so, 3/4 inches. And I'm stopping right here because this is where it goes around the leg. Stapled into place. You can use pins too. Staples are easier for me because they're smaller, but they are harder to take out. So there's that. Okay, lining up my seam allowance at a 1/2 inch. Let's unfold this so you guys can see what I'm doing. I'm going to start with the back stitch and just run it all the way down to the bottom. That out, and now we can come back around this direction, but I have to flip it over for that. Drop a couple staples in. And I'll start with the straight line like I was just going a minute ago. A little further back than I need to so that I can pivot and take it around this corner. So back stitch, take it to this corner where it's got a turn, drop the needle down inside the machine, pick this up, and then you can pivot everything in this direction. And I think that might be a little too far over. I'm just going to back up a couple of stitches. There we go, that's better. That's it. So now we should be able to fit this to the chair, but first I got to take these staples out, which I'm just going to lift up both sides of each staple with my scissors. Don't do this with your fabric scissors. These are classroom scissors, so it's different. You don't want to put these in your chair because if they get opened, you can poke somebody in the back, on the seat, or on the butt, depending on where the staples are on your furniture. But that does not make for good customer service down the road. So now you can see where the seam meets and how that's going to look on the chair. Just got to get these staples out, and then we can go test fit it to the chair. See how we did. You might find we need to make adjustments. Some people are very good at making patterns like the first time around. I'm still practicing getting good at making patterns, and I've been doing this for more than 10 years now. But I'm practicing new techniques that I've never tried before based on some newer things that I'm seeing. So it's constantly a learning experience. Okay, fingers crossed. Let's see how it goes. We're tethered to the sewing machine. All right. So first we're going to do what we've been doing, which is attach it to the centers and get it evenly distributed across the material first. So let me get this up so you guys can see. I'm also checking comments. What is your Facebook group? It's called the Local Upholstery Club, and it is in a link in my bio, so you can see it. How do your customers know what their fabric choice is? Well, a lot of my clients before came from interior designers, and they were just sending me that fabric. But if I have a customer who doesn't know what they want, I have suggestions usually that I give them, and I can help them source the fabric if they need help sourcing it, or I can tell them how to go about getting it. Most of the time, clients don't know what they want, and you have to help them with that. Why didn't you cut it from the other end so the crease would be hitting? Oh, we went over that because the velvet nap has to go in the regular direction, all in the same direction. If you have room, I recommend a safety pin through the selvage hung with the width of a hanger. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, for ironing. Velvet, I think, is what she's saying. What is your favorite fabric to work with? Velvet. I can't remember the last thing I made that didn't have velvet on it. So I forgot to mark the middle of the top of this fabric. Let me get my scissors. I marked the middle of the top so I know where to connect it in the back. That's already marked to the center. So I just fold it in half. And right here where it creases, I just give that corner a little snip. And that makes what looks like an arrow so that I can line it up with the center. So before I go nuts, I just need to like line all these seams and stuff up. Oh yeah, that crease came out nice. Another one is right here on the side, so it's not as noticeable. So these ditches is really like one of the main priorities because that can only be in one area. So I want to get those in place first because I know that those need to go here in order to survive. And then this is already cut, so I am also going to tuck this back. So that I can hold it in place. Make sure that, oh, this is really good, you guys. So many times I've had to start over and redo things on a TikTok Live. Not today. Today we did it right the first time. So this looks good. This seam is pulling really straight here, which means this is all going to have to go up and get tighter. 132. I don't know if we'll get this on all the way, but we can probably get it plugged in. Let me check and see if there's anybody in here after this, because I can see something. Hold on. Done with this, and I'm just like, oh. Okay, cool, thanks. Okay, we get an extra hour. I think we can do it. Okay, so this is extra tail fabric. This piece is going to come out and stretch this way. Let's put that seam right there. So I'm kind of tucking it around here. That looks good. So first I'm going to now pull this center piece. And I'm always looking. When I pull the center, it should kind of look symmetrical on both sides. The number of wrinkles and everything else. If it doesn't, that means I have some things to move around. This is looking okay for me to put a temporary staple in. That's when you put the staple in. You tip the stapler just a little bit so you can leave a gap in underneath there. Staples around them. They're not going to live here. You're putting very few staples in to get it stretched out and evenly distributed, and then you're going back through to fill in the gaps. So I have one in the center here. I'm going to do one in the center on the bottom here too. And that's going to make sure that this doesn't navigate left or right, because these exactly where I need them to be. So I want to make sure those stay in place. The next step I'm going to do is these corners. So I'm going to use my thumbs like this, and I'm going to pull my fabric with these hands like this and stretch it over the corner. So this corner here, I can start pulling, and then I can even start like moving fabric in that direction, smoothing it out, making sure that it's going to do what I want it to. And now I've got to stretch over that corner. I know I'm going to have to move this, but I need it to stay stretched out. I'm just going to put a temporary staple in there. It's important that you leave a gap in that staple so you can go back through, because staple removers will damage velvet. And you don't want to do that this far. Look at how far we go. So we're going to do the same thing to the corner here, which is use our thumbs. Pull it this way. You can already see it's starting to smooth out here. Temporary staple. Now we see our seam falling exactly where we need it to fall. But these get pulled out when you pull this to the side. So my next staple is going to be down here at the bottom of the back of this, just a temporary staple to hold that into place. I'm going to do one there and one on the other side. Look at that. Look how that comes out nice and clean. And then this is going to pull out a lot of this area too. So keep that in mind. This might not be down low enough. It's not. We have to take this off. So this seam is not hitting in this ditch where it needs to. It's up too high, which means the rest of this is not going to fit properly. So I need to move at least this side, but we might be looking at moving both sides. So take this staple out. This is why we don't put a million staples in right away. And get this moved down first. Let's try it out. Temporary staple. Now we go back in here. This is where if you have like carpal tunnel or arthritis, it becomes difficult because it is a very difficult thing to stretch. I need to get a stool, step stool, because I'm a shorty and I cannot reach that very well. So I'm going to do that. These sawhorses with adjustable legs, even better. I love to get like a barber's chair so that I can lift it and lower it as I need to. Okay, that's much better leverage. So this is now straight now. I can already tell I'm going to need to be pulling in all of the areas, but we're just doing it a little bit at a time. After you've had some practice, you'll notice where to start and stop to make it much easier. So this is looking close. I'm going to put a staple down in the bottom here so that doesn't move. Just temporary staples. And then this side, I should be able to pull to get that seam pulled straighter. And that is still folding here, which tells me that it's not in the right position. You might need to go up a little bit more. Let me see what I need to do to get that stretched out. I think it might be too far in that way. Give me a minute. So now I'm going to try taking out these staples and accomplishing that seam, getting that flattened out before I lock anything else up. That's my priority. So I'm pulling from this side of the arm. Oh yeah, see how that pulls that seam out straight? And I'm going to drop temporary staple on this side. And then this, I should be able to pull back in just like this. So now this seam is too low in the ditch. My arm ditch is way up here. So this is all shifted too far to the left. So take that staple out. And let's see if we can slowly bring it back while keeping that seam straight. So if I pull here, I can still see it straightens out, and now I'm up in that edge. Temporary staple to hold it in place. The whole chair is falling down here. I can pull this and put a temporary staple to hold it in place. I'm getting close. All my cuts line up right here, so that is a good sign. This can come down this way in through the chair, and that's going to do a lot to stretch everything out from here too. So this gets tucked through the side arm. And I pull that into this corner, it sort of straightens up this side. And that's going to happen a lot when I do this too. And it's going to clean up that seam. This could also get tightened more this way. Now we're going to pull this corner back up and tighten it this way. That's looking good. So I'm just going to put one temporary staple in at the top so it doesn't go anywhere. It looks like it's going to hold tight. When I pull this and more from the sides, it's going to straighten out that seam even more. You can see my fingernails. You want to keep your nails short for this. Your fingernails can damage the velvet. This will smooth out, and it's all outside of where I need it. It did smooth out in the other one, so I'm confident. So now you can just see how this is stretching into place. So we're going to work on the other side now. Before we put in too many more staples, we're not going to be like, oh, this side looks great, let's lock it down, because the other side hasn't been locked down yet, and we just don't know what that's going to do. Okay, that side. Let's move. Okay, so we did get the corner up here. Let's see what that does for this arm, because we know we need to pull this seam out. I think that's pretty close down here. I'm going to drop a temporary staple on this side. And then I think this might be pulled over a little too far to the side that way, because we need to get that straightened up. Straighten up the middle of this. And I can still be way more tightened from where it's at. Okay. Temporary staple here, and then I can tell I'm going to need to pull this one up here. And probably give up on that stool. Six staples in this right now. So there's not a ton of staples holding this on. You don't want to put a ton of staples in until you know what it's going to look like. Save yourself the trauma of removing staples off here. Okay. So I need this Stretch around this corner. It's looking good here. And the bottom is good. Straighten this out, and I'm also going to readjust that center one. This shearing is sort of going off to the side. It tells me that it wants to go off into that direction. So this still has to get straightened up. In the center, you can see that excess fabric pushing, but right here is locked in the same spot on both sides. So I'm confident that that's looking good. Now, you want to pull up here. You don't want this to be folded there, and that's what it's doing. So you take out this seam. Oh yeah, it's just pulling a little bit too hard in one direction. Temporary seam. So I'm going to take this one out, put this in more of a permanent spot, and then we can go around and start putting stuff into the reel. This cut needs to get made, because that is screwing with it. So I think this is going to straighten all this up, and when this gets pulled through the side, it's also going to stretch out that corner, because that's what I did over here too. So, cuts. I'm just looking at the comments, guys, sorry. What's your favorite fabric to work with? Velvet. It's not practical, but I love it, and I love to touch it. Kiosk, like the bolt marks are gone. Very nice. Yeah, we used the steam to get all of the marks out. Yes, the trauma. I imagine that this is difficult for some people to watch. Hard. When I go to pull this through, this is going to stretch this side, which will straighten this out. But first I got to make a cut to go around this arm. And that's that Y cut to go around the leg. So it just goes straight and then Y's off to the outside edges of the leg. This part can go right through the arm. And when I pull that, you're going to see all of this tightness. Everything this way gets pulled in this direction, it tightens up the top here. So I do need to redo this staple already. Let me get this pulled through the bottom first. Concentrating on this little bubble here, because that's what I want to pull out. I have to use that thumb thing for leverage. Good. I'm going to drop a staple there. I can tell the center area is giving me some grief in this area too, so if I remove that staple and stretch it in the center straight up, I think I can fix that. Stapler close. Okay, so now I'm taking this. Oh, I gotta take these off. These are definitely twisted in this direction. And when you're short and you can't see, that's like how that ends up happening. Another good reason to not put all your staples in. Because you gotta walk away a bunch of times. So I'm working through the middle. Pull out. Straight. I don't know if that's another spot yet. You guys almost just witnessed my death. It still looks crooked. These wrinkles are like heading in this direction. That means they want to be pulled this way. So we're trying to get all of these wrinkles to sort of straighten up and go north. So it's not that in place. That looks better. Okay. And this is already straightening up here. I'm going to pull it down to the side here and on this side, so that's going to straighten it out even more. Looks better on this side. So now we can do these corners again. This is the part that really hurts my hands. I'm going to take it from this side because I'm going to need a fold on the top there and I don't want to take it. It's looking like it's going to straighten now. I'm going to try one more pull on this side. Ouch. From the center. There it is. Okay, good. So this gets wrapped around the side, and I think we're just about, awesome. Just about ready to start locking everything in. Let me get this one down in the center here first. Get the other side in. Everything's pulling up nice this way. When I'm pulling it up in this corner, I'm pulling it up and like out in this direction, not just up. I'm bleeding, and I've bled on my fabric. No need to worry. Nothing a little peroxide will take out. Oh, jeez. Time to get off the stool. Stable up here. Okay. How are we looking? Okay, that's looking good. So now I should be able to start pulling these down the side, and it's really going to tighten it up. One in the center down on this arm. And then one in the center up here. And I'm going to pull this a little bit further this way, I think. So I just gotta take this staple out for that. Stretch over the side, another temporary staple. Now these temporary staples can be hammered in later on. You don't have to pull them out. You can just hammer them in. Do one. Center here. Okay, so now I can start locking these bottom pull-throughs down. That is, I'll put that down here too, because that's what's going to really tug in this curvature here. It doesn't look like I need to make some kind of snip on this side. It's not doing what it's supposed to, but we'll see what happens after we get the bottoms down. So I'm going to give it take the center one out and give it another tug in the center. To just make sure that we've pulled it all we can. That looks nice. And then the corners here of this panel need to be stretched out that direction on both sides. So that's the next step. I can move this in the back so you guys can see what I'm doing back here, but it really comes together more in the front. Oh, I don't even think I can get back there actually with my tether. So sorry, we're just going to keep watching it from the front and I'll try and not knock this out of the way. Whew. It's looking fantastic, thanks. I always have a hard time holding everything. Yeah, me too. I have a million things I'm supposed to be doing, but here I am mesmerized. Hilarious. Sorry to be keeping you off of your work today. But you can join me here any Tuesday to learn a little bit about upholstery. If you guys are here and you're enjoying it, you're learning something, if you could just tap on the screen while you're here for a minute, take a minute to just tap as much as you can. That helps drive traffic to my page, which helps me sell classes, which is what I do. So I teach upholstery for a living. This is what I do every single day of my life. So you guys are here learning free for the first time. An upholstery club on Facebook. You can come and you can get some free advice on there too. Or you can take in-person upholstery workshops from me or virtual upholstery workshops from me. A lot of hands-on experience. I also teach private lessons. So here. Now we hear lots of staples going in. Now it's time to lock everything down because we have it stretched out and put in place where it needs to go. Days because of the stretching. Not all fabric takes this amount of stretching. Just these curved seats, like a club chair, these curved chairs take a lot of pulling and tension to get that curvature. Center, center, lock down. Now we're going to do these pull-throughs on the sides. Center first. So I'm getting that curve, this arm curves in, so I want to lock that curve down first. If I didn't, it's going to pull straight across here, and it won't go all the way to foam, and someone sits on it, it can tear away by the seams, or tear away from the staples. And you don't want that to happen. I'm going to take this one out. I'm going to see if I can tug it a little bit further in this direction. And I just have a little overlap in the seam there.
it's not enough for me to undo this and redo it over again, so I would just have to live with it, but there's a lot you can do in these final moments, which is why we don't put all of the staples in right away, because you can still stretch things out later on down the road. Staple that. Now that's crooked. So we put a new staple in the end, it stretched it differently, and it made these staples crooked, so I gotta take these out. Straighten those up. To make the staples crooked, it made the fabric crooked, which is what you can see by that shear in there. So if I pull the fabric in the right direction, it won't shear there anymore. And it tightens everything else up here too. So now, sewing away from the seam, everything over the arm. I'm going to put one in the center on the arm here. Finish doing these sides. I really like to rub everything down so that as much of that slack can get pulled down as possible. It also helps shape the foam, keep it consistent too. Same thing in this corner. That looks good. Not ready for this yet. I'm going to go do that side over there and see if you guys can still see. Looks good. All of our wrinkles are gone. That's the goal. I think this can still get tightened. This side. I have one staple down here, I'm going to take it out. So we can tighten it up for good. Real nice tug in the center first, and then over here on the quarter sides. Good. I think I could do a little bit better here. Okay, I'm going to pull this staple and pull this a little bit more this way before we start locking everything down for good. That's the last staple before lockdown. And I think that corner needs to be moved. I'll try this one more because this is sort of like overlapping a little there. If I can't get rid of the overlap, I'll probably stitch it closed. But I don't want. But I also don't want to take this apart and resew it. So. Taking this one out. So I'm going to do the top part first because it's going to stretch everything out. Actually, no, I'm going to do these side parts first. So I'm pulling these from the sides. I'm going to work my way up to the top because this material actually has to fold into the top so that this can fold down and make a clean fold. I'm going to get you closer to the action for that. Whew, it's hot, you guys. I can unplug this for now. What time is it? 2:06. So we got time. Okay, so I'm going to start stapling this arm or this side of the wing down, and I'm sort of just like pulling this stuff over, wiping it to the side. All my staples are going to go up the edge of the frame, and they're going to be right near the edge, and they're all going to be on a diagonal. I want to keep this line straight. I'm going to be putting a back on this, but if I want to keep it straight so that it keeps it nice and flat in that area. If it goes like wonky, you might see lumps underneath that look wonky too. So just try and keep your line straight when you can. I use this like, you might see people like beating their upholstery or wiping their upholstery. That's what they're doing. We're shaping the foam here so that everything looks nice and straight. You don't want it to look lumpy, so you want everything to be pulled nice and straight. See if you can see it from this direction. So this is a lot of extra material we don't need, so I'm going to run this line all the way up to this corner, and then we have to make a fold at the top that goes like this, but I'm going to work my way from the center to that fold before we do it, but we just want to finish up this side. So here you can see a lump where everything else here goes straight. So this is where we want to shape that area. Keep our staple line straight, going all the way up into this corner. Again, I can tell this staple is pulling too tight right here. So I'm going to take that staple out and let it a little bit loose. It's puckering the foam here, so there's like a lump, and you will see that in the profile, and I don't want to see that in the profile, so I'm going to take out the offending staple, fix that shape, and I'm going to take these staples all the way up to this upper edge of the frame. That's looking good there. Let me double check the front, make sure I didn't mess anything up. I did not. Everything looks good. So now I can work on this fold. So this material it's like a gift wrap. So it just folds over the top. I'm going to put a little staple there just to hold it in place. This material all comes and folds down this way to create a nice clean fold, and all of this material will get removed. So we don't want this layer, then these two layers than these two layers all layered up right here, because then it'll make a lump right here in the back where your nice pretty back is, and you don't want that. So I need to get rid of a few of these layers first. And that starts with this layer. So this layer is going to get cut straight across the back of the frame. This is the frame. It's going to get cut straight across that back. And you can run your scissors alongside of it, but it's going to go straight across the back and it's going to stop right there. So now this material can fold and come down this way without going over all that material, and I can remove all this. I don't want to remove that material yet. I still have to put stuff in place, but I can remove all of this material. This is bulky extra we don't need, and you want to remove it as you go. Not before you're ready, but definitely as you go. I'm going to hold that down flat with a couple staples. And now we're going to work on doing the same exact thing to the other side. And I think I'm just going to remove it. So we're going to do the same thing to the shape on this side. Hopefully you guys will be able to see it. 37.3 thousand likes. That's a lot, you guys. Let's see if we get 50,000 before we get out of here at 3 today. So if you're here and you're learning something, all I ask is that you tap on this screen while you're here. It helps give me engagement, which helps people find who I am. Okay, I'm going back up. I always have a hard time holding everything. Me too. My hands, I have carpal tunnel from working on a computer before I did this, so my hands are thrashed. I've used a block of wood to help. I don't know if that's recommended anymore. I'm not sure what that is referring to. I have a million things I'm supposed to be doing, but here I am mesmerized. Thanks for being here. I'm so excited you popped up on my feed. I am excited that you are here. I'm excited that you're learning something. Maybe you could direct the chair sideways. You can always move the chair around for your own ease of use. This is my most comfortable way of working with it. Will you pick up where you left off on these same chairs next Tuesday then? Yes, I definitely will. Tomorrow though, I want to get this chair to this stage by tomorrow, because I think Thursday is when my fabric comes in. So next Tuesday is when we'll be finishing up the backs on these fabrics, and that's when we put this print on the backs of both of them. I have 4 other chairs too, but they don't look like this. They're dining room seats, just like regular little chairs. To holding all the fabric. Oh, block of wood. I'd have to see what that looks like, because I could use some help in holding fabric when I stretch too. Maybe you're thinking of a stretcher? Okay, so I'm gonna pull this one down first to keep my seam where I want it. Oh, jeez. Okay, now we're gonna work on these sides. So this is just pulling off to the side and smoothing. I'm going to work my way up to the top. I'm running my staples diagonal along the top here. Ooh, this is a hard angle for me to work at. I can already tell that this is, when it's skewing, when you're pulling, it means that like this lump right here wants to come down this way. So I've got too many staples in interfering with the direction that the fabric wants to go in. So I have to take that out, maybe one staple at a time if I don't want to remove too many staples. And I need to keep doing that until that goes away, or else you're going to see that. Now if you can get the wrinkles to disappear behind where the back panel of fabric is going to go, then that's good. You can see the damage happening to this fabric because I didn't use temporary staples. So you got to be careful about that. It's going to be really long. Okay. So now this fabric has come down this way, but these two staples won't let me do that. So get rid of this one. And the first 2 parts of this series of this chair are already on YouTube. So you can watch the lives from getting these to this point already on YouTube. There, that's better. Now I can just pull this way. And now we're just going to work our way up here, smoothing this out along the way. This is like a final sculpting layer. My outside panel is going to come all the way up to the edge of the frame here. So as long as my staples are inside of that, then I'll know that they're not going to get in my way. I'm going to go from the top down here. I think it's because my left hand side is harder to control in the other direction. I think I can get a little tight here. See where it's starting to wrinkle here when I push? That means I can go a little bit further. Yeah, that's good enough. I just had to get rid of the one stick. Okay. That side is done. Now we work our way up to the top so that we can work on that corner. Just goes right over this way so that this fold can come down this way. So I'm just going to put one tiny little staple at the top here. Put that into place. Ooh, I lost you guys. One tiny staple on the top. Now I gotta get rid of all of this fabric so that it doesn't bunch this way. So I'm cutting this cut straight across the frame at the top so that all this fabric can come down and fold here without having a whole bunch of layers. All of this fabric is now extra too. So the next step is going to be to do the arms of the chair. We're going to do the back very last. So let's look from the front. Let's see how we're doing. Turn it around. I do think we can do a little bit better in these seams. So I'm taking this staple out again. So that I can get more leverage to pull it in this direction. I think I'm going to take this one out. So that's going to change. Start up here in the corner. That's much better. My stapler is on the other side. Okay, so this top staple is done. I'm going to work on the bottom ones now. I'm just going to fold this fabric over down here so that it cleans up around this edge. And then I don't need all of this extra material here. So I'm going to cut this off. I just need enough to fold under. So I'm going to leave about 1 inch. Cut this off. And then I can work with that fold to get rid of all of the excess on the outside here. So I just keep working with that fold until that's straight. I'm also pulling along this direction to make sure that straightens up. I'll put one more staple in the bottom here. pull these staples in between. But this is sort of locking up here too, so I think I'm going to do this. I want no wrinkles on the face. And I also want it to come over more here. So now I can run a line of staples straight up here on the arm. And the same as the top here, this wraps over, well, I think we did it the other way. Hold on. And the other chair, the fold is on the front. We need to make them consistent. So this one actually folds up this way. So we're going to get this side done first. Now, I'm just doing this wiping motion to get everything over the arm the way it needs to be. Working my way to the front. These staples I'm running across the edge of the arm, the very top of the frame here, far enough away that it'll get covered when I put the outer layer on. So this actually is going to come all the way to this end. And then just like that side, this is going to wrap down this way so that this fold can come up this way. So it's just kind of like a Christmas present. You're not really going to see that staple there because this fold comes right up at a 90-degree angle here and then wraps around. But we have so much extra material here that we got to get rid of before we do that. So this is the extra material. This wraps around here. We don't need any of this. So this cut is going to go right up alongside the straight part of the front of this frame so that it doesn't wrap over. And it's going to go almost all the way up to that corner, but not quite. We still need to hide that cut in there. This fold needs to be at a 90-degree angle here. So let me staple this down, get my fold situated, and that fold, with that fold, this should all be nice and straight. This comes over this way, but everything this fold covers up can get removed. So I'm going to cover or cut this out because it's covered up. This just needs to fold over, so I can leave a fold, but cut this straight across. And if you notice, it's just a rectangle. It's like you're cutting a little corner out of here. It looks the same if you were to wrap a present. Can't reach it because you guys are in the way. So now this can wrap this way. I also don't want this fold to show up here. So by the time I get down to this corner, I'm kind of trying to get it to go diagonal down. I can even hold the stapler like this. Finish my staples along those sides. Trim this right off. And now I have this piece not done yet, so I have to staple on the back here. And now I can trim this excess off. I leave about a ½ inch below that staple line so it doesn't fray out. And on this bottom one, I fold it up and staple it again. Not as many staples, but just enough to hold it up. And then I'll trim off that excess. Nothing should stick outside of the frame. You don't want to leave any bulk or fabric outside of the frame that will show up when you put your back panel on. So it should be nice and smooth, and you should be cutting these layers down as you go, so you don't have layer over layer that you have to cut multiple layers at a time. And this is stable back here. So this arm is done, this side is done. Let's go do the other arm and then we'll finish the top. Then we will have done exactly what I wanted to do today, which was just get the front of this chair on. That's all I really cared about. And we're doing it. Coming around. Alright, so we work on this part of the arm first. I don't think we can get it any further over, but I think when we pull these, it's going to help a lot. Plus, when we pull it up, it's going to help too. But I don't think this will come forward anymore. So, we need this to come around to the other side. We have too much fabric right here, so we're going to cut that down. I just need enough fabric to fold under here, and this is like insane. There's a lot going on here. And I've folded it and stapled it. I would unstable it so that I could untuck it and fold it and see it properly, but I'm really nervous about that letting loose in a way that I can't fix. So I'm not going to do that. Oh, actually I do have to do it. It's not where I want it. Taking it out. Give it one more tug. One for the ditch. Okay. This, all of this can get folded just like we did over there on the other side. We've already cut off the excess here. So that looks a little different. Looks like the blood spot is gonna not make the cut, which is good. This comes around to this side. I can get rid of some of these wrinkles. This is still too big. This is wrinkling up and bulking up on the inside, so I'm just taking some of this off. A little bit at a time. Adjusting that fold until it pulls out all of the wrinkles on this end. This is a hard one. Okay. So get a staple here. Finish up this side. This goes all the way up to the top. And remember, this is going to fold. Oh no, I did it again, the opposite. I want it to fold down this way. Just taking these end ones out so I can do the fold, just like we did on the other side. We're going to do that. We're going to finish up this arm first. So we have the center stable, this one on the end, it's stable down here. We're going to go between the centers and smooth this out, sculpt the sides. What we're looking to do is make sure that this line is nice and straight. So this now folds down the front and staple near the edge, hold it in place. arms this way, but I have all of these layers that I gotta cut out first. This is running straight up the edge of the arm. It's gonna stop right before it starts to make that fold so I can see how it goes over. All of this material can go. I just need it to fold over right there. So I don't need any of this. Just need it to fold over. Corner. And then I need it to come back down this way. There, and then let's get rid of this extra first. Then we can finish stapling this side. Now we can remove this material. So you see, I'm bringing this back up. Just put a few staples in it so that I can squirrel it away in the chair. Trim it. Last part is just the top of this. We do the same sculpting that we did on the arms and just sort of moving everything back and straightening everything up here too. We get to this corner, this is where that fold has to happen. So I want to be prepared for it, but I'm not quite ready for it yet. And you don't want to get too close.